unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19 that deal with the economic and social effects of the crisis, as well as sectorial publications on specific topics such as the production of statistics, the right to life and health of older people, people with disabilities, the region's food systems, digitization opportunities, the care system, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the New Global Context, among other topics. This economic and social analysis will be updated as relevant information related to the COVID-19 pandemic emerges. Visit the ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
Yo estoy escuchándola en el canal español. Sí, es Rafael, el técnico de Webex. ¿Cómo está? Marco, ¿escucha a la persona en español?
Sí, perfectamente, lo escucho súper bien. Ya, no, todavía no comienza. En eso están, en eso están. Chaito.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
Sí, le escucho. Con ruido, sí. Algo pasó que dice ahí sí. Ya. Le escucho, pero con un ruido. Un ruido feo. No, se cortó y después volvió el audio, pero sigue con el ruido. Sí, posiblemente. Sí, sigue el ruido ahí. Puede ser solución. Puede ser solución. Sí, no, ahora por lo menos lo escucho.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ECLAC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ECLAC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies and technical assistance to the countries that request it. The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs, institutional frameworks for social policy, youth and social inclusion, and regional and sub-regional commitments in social development. Through its Social Development Division, ECLAC publishes, updates, and expands this basis.
Rafael, ¿tú le puedes dar audio a Alejandro? Rafael.
Ya tiene audio. Estamos a punto de comenzar, ¿ok? Para que terminen.
Sí, no te preocupes.
Marco, ¿me escuchas?
Sí, te escucho, perfecto.
Ok. Carlos Iturra, está reiniciando el computador.
Ya.
Hola Ana, ¿cómo están? Silvia querida, muy buenos días.
Muy buenos días. Muy buenos días a todas. No sé si me escuchan. Ok. Vamos, yo lamentablemente no.
Hello, we're now going to begin this second day of the meeting, the 60th meeting of presiding officers. And as we had said, we will begin with issues pending from yesterday. We have a list of countries pending, and as Minister Salaket said yesterday, and the chair of UN Women said, that in as much as possible, speakers may keep to 5 minutes at the very most, which we had assigned for each presentation, because we need to keep to the time. We will proceed until 10:30 with the presentations by countries, and then move on to the next topic on the agenda, and then would resume with the countries that are left pending. So we will ask the technician to first of all show the video sent by the Bahamas. Thank you.
Honorable Session Chair, Ministers, fellow delegates, and colleagues, I bring you greetings from the government and people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The promotion of gender equality and protection of women and girls remain priorities for the Bahamas. These aspirations were tested during Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19. Nevertheless, the desire to accomplish sustainable development for the resilient people of the Bahamas drives the collective force of our government as we seek to leave no one behind. The Montevideo Strategy and the Santiago Commitment of 2020 proved useful during our efforts of recovery. Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19 taxed us on every conceivable level, yet Incremental advancements for women and girls were celebrated in the 5 critical areas defined by the United Nations General Assembly, including protecting our people, our planet, our prosperity, our peace, and our partnerships. The priority of the Bahamas was to ensure that our people had food security and dignity. National budget allocations of approximately $30 million fed over 100,000 persons from March 2020 until now. Additionally, $230 million was paid out as income replacement benefits and $5 million for rental assistance. Moreover, approximately $6 million was paid out to assist the owners of small businesses, and $45 million was given in tax deferrals, both of which allowed thousands of persons to retain their jobs. Through sustainable consumption, wise management of our natural resources, and other measures, we demonstrated our ongoing commitment to protection of the planet. The $3.4 billion of damage in Abaco and Grand Bahama as a result of Hurricane Dorian catapulted the release of the Bahamas Climate Crisis Declaration and the establishment of the Bahamas National Climate Change Committee, which will prepare the report under the auspices of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The Bahamas is guided by the Santiago Commitment 2020, which includes a gender-sensitive and human rights component in climate change mitigation plans. In this regard, the Disaster Reconstruction Authority established after Dorian, the Sustainable Development Goals Unit, and the Intergovernmental Climate Change Panel at the University of the Bahamas are all led by women. The Bahamas supports ECLAC's views that high debt service in Caribbean countries limit their prosperity and capacity to respond to the COVID-19 crisis, and that there is a great need for concessional financial support regardless of middle-income country status. The training and empowerment of women, food security, and sustained employment will not be achieved in the Bahamas without such funding. The government is committed to promoting prosperity, new jobs, and opportunities for women through public-private partnerships in the blue, green, and orange economies. On International Day of Women and Girls in Science, the Bahamas sponsored the engagement of young women in STEM video competitions and live-streamed super science virtual seminars in partnerships with the Ministry of Education, FemSTEM, and the Royal Bahamas Police Force team of women forensic specialists. The Small Business Development Center approved $55 million of small, medium business grants, and many of the recipients were women who received business training and mentorship. In order to achieve peace, it's necessary to adopt the intersectional strategies that combat multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination and marginalization. The Bahamas embraced partnerships with the Rotary Club, CIVIL, and Zonta in peace initiatives aimed at ending gender-based violence and discrimination against women and girls. A women's mock parliament took place with women from all political parties, resulting in a resolution in the House of Assembly with recommendations from the Beijing Declaration and the Belém do Pará Convention. Other activities included gender equality and human rights workshops for more than 700 police officers, while strategic meetings were held with the Bahamas Crisis Center, Office of the Attorney General, and the first woman Deputy Commissioner of Police to advance a draft gender-based violence bill. Programs for the full engagement of boys, young men, and men as strategic allies were funded by the government. The Perpetrators Prevention and Intervention Prison Ministry Program, Carry Men, Men Engage, Male Mentorship, Reclaiming Our Boys School Project, and the International Men's Day Committee were all sponsored to eradicate culturally harming stereotypes. Robust partnerships for sustainable development based on a spirit of solidarity are the core of all that we do. These include a partnership between the Department of Gender and Family Affairs and International Organization for Migration for capacity building, training for Hurricane Dorian migrant survivors in Abaco, collaboration on research and hosting of a certificate workshop for over 100 NGOs and the general public to increase awareness of access to government funding, loans, and Crown land. The Department of Gender partnered with Civil Society Bahamas, the Office of the Attorney General, and the Registrar General's Department to ensure the successful registration of over 600 NGOs. Partnerships with the University of the Bahamas, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Citizen Security and Justice Program, and the Ministry of National Security resulted in the successful completion of a safe family survey during the COVID-19 lockdowns and the launch of a national women's health survey, making the Bahamas the 6th country in the Caribbean to do so. The government of the Bahamas commends the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean and United Nations entities for gender equality and the empowerment of women for the sustained support, guidance, and COVID policy documents during 2020. Session Chair, I take this opportunity to renew the Bahamas' commitment to partner in all of these efforts and to reassure you of our highest consideration.
Agradecemos a la delegación de Bahamas por este video.
We thank the delegation of Bahamas for this video, and now we will project the message of Cuba. And once we hear the message from Cuba, we'll resume the report of the fund, and then we will have other delegations after the report. Once we finish the report. So, thank you. Good afternoon to the chair of ECLAC, ministers, colleagues. Thank you for the pleasure of sharing this very important day. And we would like to congratulate Ana Güemes for having been appointed as head of the Division on Gender Issues of ECLAC. We are certain of her commitment. It has been hard for us to connect, and we have decided to use this modality in order to share our experience with you. Of course, we have heard the other interventions, and it's evident that all international commitments subscribed by Cuba is a priority. This includes the Santiago Commitment approved in ECLAC last year. And this has been marked by the effects of COVID. Cuba, in order to face the social and economic impact of the crisis, and at the same time conceived an intersectorial multidisciplinary model with an appropriate gender approach, applying 500 measures to face the disease. We have a system of health and social protection with expertise that is an opportunity for a rapid response and recovery with its main objectives. The first is training of professionals, healthcare professionals, in connection with the tasks of epidemiological surveillance and statistics. And this has focused strictly in the communities trying to avoid and prevent dissemination of the disease. At the same time, it provides medical care in larger volumes. Therefore, that has required financing thanks to the political will and unity of all players that have improved and organized more than 89 centers with the necessary health staff in order to treat and care for patients, classifying them as suspicious or positive tested, and also the idea is to identify, alert, and warn the population and communicate the measures adopted by the state. We have also worked in the centralized planning, incorporating national priorities and those of the agencies. The social policy has involved social assistance at community level to cover the needs of the higher risk vulnerability groups. Likewise, the distribution of products, medication, and food to those communities that cannot move. New laboratories have been set up, 4 laboratories at the beginning of the pandemic. Today we have 22 labs to test samples, PCR testing, every day conducted in order to adopt measures. 20,000, almost 3 million tests have been already completed in a population of 11 million. This high-cost diagnosis is offered on a free basis to all of our people. Amidst this very complex economic situation we are going through in the country, this is evidence of how financial resources are allocated for that. Also, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security adopted a group of protection measures, 36 measures for salary, social security that will replace the lack of income, and even connectivity. We know great efforts have been made in order to have 6.5 million people connected. And with that, we have had access to remote working, teleworking, which is still continues to be a major challenge. Also, people over 60 years with base disease have to stay at home. However, they have kept 100% of their salaries and during the COVID, and then 60%. But if at that point with 60% salary, the person is still in a vulnerable condition, social assistance will be provided to those individuals. Also, mother, father, and family relatives that are in charge of the care of children when schools have been stopped. These caretakers will go to those homes and provide coverage to 60%. The Cuban state also has guaranteed the care of children of working mothers. It is very important. And for those women that had to continue working in spite of the epidemic. Another measure for those that cannot go to work, we say that those people that have restrictions of movement, also Cuban state guarantees 100% of their salary during the lockdown of that community or that district. So also assistance was increased, and the Ministry of Health also issued a resolution jointly with the Ministry of Finance of increasing 250 pesos to all those that were working in hospitals or isolation centers in areas like laundry. In 78% of the beneficiaries were those working in these hospitals or medical centers. Another measure is for those workers whose activities were suspended. So their debts are deferred. Those independent workers providing food services and that had debts, those debts were deferred, and help was provided for delivery services in those places. Another policy was promoted, making independent work more flexible, and tax incentives were provided to those in
el 50% de los impuestos que ellas tienen que pagar. En el caso de que la situación financiera de las empresas no le permita a las mismas cubrir estas necesidades de los trabajadores y este pago, pues entonces ellas le fundamentan al Ministerio de Finanzas, y el Ministerio de Finanzas es el encargado de presupuestar este servicio social. En el orden legislativo, y creo que es uno de los mayores compromisos en la implementación del compromiso de Santiago, tiene que ver con la aprobación por el Consejo de Ministros del Programa Nacional para el Adelanto de las Mujeres. Este es un programa que actualiza el plan actual que tenía Cuba de seguimiento a la Cuarta Conferencia Mundial de la ONU sobre la Mujer, pero incorporamos en este plan también todo el articulado de la Convención para la eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación de la mujer y la Agenda 2030 y todos sus objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Este plan de acción este programa nacional es un programa de gobierno. Es la agenda del gobierno cubano con evaluaciones sistemáticas, rendiciones de cuentas de los organismos de administración central del Estado. Se designó la viceprimera ministra y además una comisión encargada de dar seguimiento a esta implementación y que es chequeada por el presidente de la República. Este programa también profundizará la legislación y la actualización del marco normativo y los sistemas de protección contra todas las formas de discriminación y violencia. En este sentido, mucho se ha trabajado en todos estos meses de la pandemia, tomando también no solo nuestra realidad nacional, sino también como referencia campañas internacionales como la campaña UNED y el proyecto Generación Igualdad. En ese sentido, los teleservicios que se han venido prestando en la atención a estas y a otras personas que demandan atención psicológica a través de las redes sociales, a través de soportes de la comunicación y telefónica. Se abrió la consejería telefónica de línea ayuda, la línea 103, como un servicio también de apoyo psicológico, pero la apertura de esta línea 103 implicó que funcionará las 24 horas del día, todos los días del año, y ello implicó todo un proceso de capacitación y de actualización al personal de salud encargado de brindar estos servicios telefónicos. Y se han preparado ya y funcionan en estos servicios más de 1.237 profesionales encargados de darle atención a las mujeres y hombres que usen este servicio. Se diseñó también una guía básica para el personal que brinda estos servicios telefónicos. Se puso en práctica también una metodología que actualiza y perfecciona los protocolos de actuación que tienen las instituciones para enfrentar la violencia, digamos, la Policía Nacional Revolucionaria, el Ministerio de Salud, el Ministerio de Educación, los propios órganos judiciales, en fin. Se ha trabajado mucho con los órganos judiciales y se está actualizando la legislación vigente en relación a este tema de la violencia para cubrir los vacíos que hemos identificado. Y para ello tenemos un grupo asesor que trabaja con nosotras todo este tema. Se diseñó un mapa de servicios telefónicos con una APK para móviles que sea de fácil acceso para nuestras jóvenes y para toda la población en sentido general. Se presentó también a nivel nacional la campaña Juntas por la No Violencia. Se elaboró un documento para orientar a las redes de apoyo en función de prevenir este fenómeno en las comunidades y una guía de intervención integral a la violencia de género intrafamiliar en condiciones de aislamiento ante la COVID. En armonía con la implementación del Compromiso de Santiago y de la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible, Cuba ha posibilitado también la creación de empleo en medio de estas difíciles condiciones y de espacios también para la prestación de servicios de atención a las trabajadoras y sus familiares. En materia de empleo, por ejemplo, Cuba muestra una tasa de actividad económica femenina de un 53,2%, por supuesto, con brechas identificadas entre la tasa femenina y la masculina. El 78% de nuestras mujeres están ocupadas en el sector estatal y, por ejemplo, en el trabajo por cuenta propia teníamos hasta ahora un 35,4% de mujeres. Sin embargo, estas mujeres trabajan en un sector que también recibe garantías sociales por el Estado y se mantienen y se han mantenido durante la COVID, como por ejemplo la licencia de maternidad. Otro de los proyectos en los que estamos trabajando de conjunto con el Ministerio de Comercio Interior se llama Proyecto Espumas y es una alternativa también para acercar a las comunidades los servicios de lavandería. En este caso, hemos dado empleo a mujeres, pero hemos garantizado una mejores condiciones al resto de las mujeres que estaban empleadas, contribuyendo, por supuesto, a la autonomía económica. Nosotras hemos tratado de reseñar cuánto se ha podido hacer en nuestro país en esta materia en esta situación de la COVID-19, pero tenemos también identificados los desafíos relacionados con los cuidados. Se están diseñando también políticas públicas que tienen que ver con garantizar mejor atención a las familias en materia de cuidados, como por ejemplo casitas infantiles. Hemos recibido también la asesoría técnica de la CEPAL en función de seguir avanzando en todas estas políticas de cuidados que hoy tenemos, además de los estereotipos de género que se mantienen, las brechas en el empleo, la violencia de género, que se ha trabajado mucho, pero todavía constituye desafíos para todas nosotras. Se trabaja con el personal, sobre todo las mujeres interruptas en el sector del turismo, las cuales reciben una ubicación para tener garantía de sus ingresos. Muchísimas gracias y ojalá que hayan podido escuchar nuestras humildes experiencias y seguiremos tratando de compartir y de participar activamente en esta mesa directiva, repito, a pesar de las limitaciones que hemos tenido en la conexión. Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta.
Agradecemos a la delegación de Cuba por su intervención. Tuvo problemas, dificultades en la conexión.
We thank ministers, delegates that Peru, Chile, Panama, Dominican Republic, Brazil, Uruguay, and Nicaragua are still pending. This now will give rise to, we will continue with our agenda and we'll hear the report about the Regional Fund of Support to Organizations of Women and Feminists. So without further ado, I will introduce Estefania Webex from the Ministry of Gender Equity of Chile, and she will share the good morning, everyone. First, I'll give you the apologies of Minister Salaquet, and on behalf of her, she is the one chairing the board of this Regional Fund of Support to Women and Feminist Organizations and Movements. First, we value this initiative. I know this is the result of the effort and willingness of the women of the region. This fund of productive dialogue among all the players is an example of the spirit of cooperation designed to achieve transformative changes. And likewise, the fund is indeed a great contribution to the promotion of our national gender agenda. The fund has an innovative governance with the participation of government, the UN system, and will support the financing and development of projects that contribute to achieve gender equality, women's autonomy, and the materialization of their rights in all of Latin America and the Caribbean. In the COVID scenario, where many of these advances have been challenged, we believe that it is more relevant than ever to recognize and support the contribution of civil society, and particularly the organization of feminist organizations in our region. We know that we've had as a landmark the launch of the fund that was in January 2020 in Santiago.
hace un fondo diferente. No sé si muchas regiones del mundo podrán decir, creo que ninguna. Naciones Unidas. O sea, yo creo que esto en sí mismo es una cosa maravillosa que hay que apoyar porque le tiene que servir de ejemplo a los demás. Está bien, somos la región más desigual del mundo, muy bien, sí, estoy harta de escuchar eso, estamos todas hartas de eso. El problema es que para cambiarlo, ser originales y ser atrevidas y ser capaces de ponernos de acuerdo así, me parece que es el camino. Entonces, bueno, tenemos fondos, ahora hay que tenerle y ponerle fondos al fondo. Y claro que queremos que llegue fondos de la cooperación internacional multilateral, el sur-sur, de las nosotras no pusimos una cuota, no creemos que haya que ponerla. Sí, además llegamos a este momento donde todos
this evidence the tremendous inequality that we find in the region. So in this crisis, where all the economies dropped, the only one that did not was the economy of care. Here, women were sustaining everything. So the lockdown obliged them that in addition to everything, they had to be nurses, psychologists, teachers, and when there was no curfew, they had to be cooks. So the productive work and reproductive work, I mean, we will discuss this very seriously. How do we leave this? The homes and families that are resisting this crisis are doing it at the expense of women. This was reported by ECLAC, UN Women's, UNFPA, because even in the health sector, amidst this pandemic, it is the ones that we work the most and earn the least. However, to rebuild ourselves, not ourselves, the whole world, the region, in order to comply with the Sustainable Development Goals, not only with number 5 and 3, that of course concern us, but we need to comply with all the objectives. It's impossible if we don't focus once and for all that economy of care. And if we don't have the strength and imagination of women, if we don't have the ideas, strategies, and call to fight for equality, then why do we create this fund? The fund has that purpose, has the purpose to strengthen women and their organizations. And this is the same thing as saying that is created to defend equality. It is created for inequality to disappear once and for all from our region. This that was and should continue to be more than ever, this to achieve equality is the agenda of Latin America and the Caribbean. For that agenda is this fund. Thank you. Thank you, Lucy, for your intervention. I would like to add to the conversation the UN Women. I know that UN Women are contributing with $50,000, and please tell us about that tremendous support. So now, Cecilia Alemania, Assistant Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of UN Women. Cecilia, please, you have the floor. No, she went out to get more funds. Estefania Nadine Gassman from Mexico. So we go on to Nadine from Mexico. Please, Nadine. Good morning. We are going to support the development of this fund because for us, it's very important not only to promote internal policies, but also, as you well know, we have a foreign policy that is feminist, and as Lucy was saying, we concur in the need to support the organizations at this moment in time. We congratulate this fund and the management of this fund, and we hope that we may be able to support for this fund to be successful, and at the same time to have this innovative, creative part with results very soon. That is what we expect. Thank you very much, Nadine. And once again, now I see Cecilia is connected. Yes, you have the floor now. Secretariat of ECLAC and all the member states and organizations of women and feminists that are members of the fund. As Lucy Garrido, this is a task already for some years back, and hopefully once we leave this conference, we will all go to working together. I will refer to the steps and at the same time strengthen procedures so that we can surely go out to the streets. And it is unusual, but this is part of what the international system has discussed for several years, innovation and financing for development. That is, fund is unique, as Lucy Garrido was saying, but this means that it's a good part of the future. We need to finance development with clear commitment of the region, and also not only of the UN system, but also financial and multilateral financing. There are few studies about the crisis of financing.
Podemos fácilmente extender buena parte del impacto de la crisis que venimos escuchando tan fehacientemente desde ayer, empezando.
We have heard, and with that we've heard yesterday from Alicia and Maria Noel, an impact that we will need to understand better. But this burden prior, but it's evident today, of reproductive work and different strategies for survival of so many women in our region that have been left without any income. This backwardness, retrocession also affects the work of activism of women in the organization of women, remunerated, non-remunerated, paid, unpaid. And yes, of course, there is recognition and acknowledgement for many decades, but however, they have no livelihoods now, not only because of the remote working or health measures, lockdowns, restrictions, but also because of the members of the organization, that is, of matching public life, activism, and social commitment with the responsibilities that fall in an exacerbated manner, and the dilemmas and economies that unfortunately we are living so crudely in the region.
Yesterday, Corina called on us, and we do realize that all governments that can, even if it's just a little, should contribute for the sustainability and organizations of women. And this social tissue has shown that it brings inequality to development, to sustainability, and also to peace and democracy that we have found so difficult to build. We do hope, therefore, that we will be able to place in our grain of sand to contribute, that this fund will not only be launched, but will also grow and be a benchmark for the rest of the world as a new innovative mechanism. Thank you so much for your confidence during these moments, and I thank your ministers for the reports we have heard and all of the difficulties we're facing in answering to this challenge. We are here at your service. Thank you.
Gracias a ti, Cecilia, y a las mujeres. Reitero también el...
Thank you. I do ask for the support of Minister Salakit and the fund. We have indeed adopted important steps so that this become reality, and we do hope that this will translate into a true help for the active participation of women in the region. Thus, we will be able to continue making headway in gender equality, in women's autonomy, and the concretion of women's rights. Thank you very much. I now hand over to Jimena. Thank you very much, Estefania. After concluding this part of our agenda on the fund and the presentation was in the hands of Chile. And we have also heard about the contributions that have been made. We now give the floor to the recovery with gender equality. Let me say once more that as of 1 p.m., once we have finished these two panels, we will resume listening to the list of speakers that have been in the list from yesterday. We now give the floor to Mario Castillo, who is the Chief of the Division of International Trade from ECLAC. As members of the panel, we have the Vice President from Ecuador, Maria Alejandra Muñoz, Erika Moines, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Panama, Marcia Cattle, Minister from Barbados, Carolina Valdivia, who is Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs from Chile, Mariana Williams, an expert in gender equality and trade. Without further ado, I give the floor to my colleague, Mario Castillo. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes? Yes?
En primer lugar, un saludo a todos y todas para este panel. Bueno, y saludar a las panelistas de alto nivel que tenemos. Yo quisiera solo introducir comentando que este tema de comercio y género es un tema importante que hemos estado trabajando en el contexto de la Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer. Comercio, sin duda, que ha sido importante para dinamizar el crecimiento, el empleo y el desarrollo de los países. Sin embargo,
However, the COVID crisis has exposed the trade asymmetries and the vulnerability of the region. The trade in 2020, according to all information, we had the worst performance in terms of financial, with a financial crisis. 13% exports and 20% for imports. We're concerned about trade. Does it amplify or reduce gender inequality? This is a very relevant question for policy. Several governments in the region are addressing the issue of trade policies and gender equality, and so therefore the challenge is to ensure that the women that are taking part, mainly in sectors related to international trade, may equally access these mechanisms and instruments for the reactivation and economic growth. And so therefore, in this panel, what we're hoping is to exchange opinions and policies on how to guide international trade in order to promote transformative recovery with gender equality. And having said this, I would now like to recognize our first speaker. Okay, if you could please confirm if she is already connected, the Vice President of the Republic of Ecuador, Maria Alejandra Muñoz. Well, she says that she will join at some point, and so therefore we will hand over to Erica Mons, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama. The idea is that you may speak for no more than 8 minutes and to have time for exchange later on. So please go ahead, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama. Minister, you can speak now. You have the floor. She apparently is having technical difficulties. Perhaps the idea would be to move on to the next speaker. Very well. In that case, while we resolve the technical issue with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, in the meantime, we would recognize the next speaker, Marcia Cadell, Minister of Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. Good morning, everyone. She was listening to the interpretation. Well, but now I will move on to English.
To thank you, say thanks to the moderator of the session, Mr. Castillo. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks for giving Barbados the opportunity to participate. I just want to make sure that I'm being heard. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. So I do feel as well as if I need to acknowledge my good friend, we would say in the Caribbean, friend from when, Mariama Williams, who's on this panel with me. I haven't seen her in many years, but I'm glad that we're getting to share this opportunity. I want to say quickly, and I did look at Alicia's presentation from yesterday. I want to say a little bit about what is our experience of the crisis on women, women's employment, women's participation in the labor force. So let me say first that as of the third quarter of 2020, which for us was kind of the most active period of unemployment, and recalling that Barbados is a tourism-based economy, a small tourism-based economy. So what we found was that the labor force participation rate for women in the third quarter of 2020, which would have measured the worst part of the crisis for us, was 55.5. And for men, it was 62.5%. Now, for the same period in the year before, women's labor force participation was 61.9, and for men, it was 68.7. Now, if you're able to follow those figures, what you see is that while labor force participation dropped, it actually dropped equally according to the unemployment numbers. But here's the thing that the unemployment numbers perhaps don't tell you, and that's why we really need to have dynamic information about what's happening with women's employment as it's happening in the context of a crisis. Because when we looked at the sectors that are most affected in terms of claims that we got from our social insurance, we saw that the tourism and restaurant sector, domestic workers, and retail were among the three that were hardest hit. The tourism sector saw an 81.1% decline in employment, and we know that that's where women are mostly employed. Now, we used all of that data on unemployment claims and so on to come up with our policy. And what did our policy focus on? It focused on income support, especially for those sectors that had to shut down completely, including domestic workers. But we also focused on job retention as we were able to try and start opening back up the economy. Why job retention? Because we know that the longer people are separated from work in the labor market, the harder it is, especially for women who have other care responsibilities to get back into the labor market. And so we wanted to put emphasis on making sure people retained their work. So we came up with a plan. We called it the BEST plan, which was about working with hotels and restaurants to be able to keep people employed at 80% of their income. And so the government would invest equity in making sure that we could keep on employment in those important sectors. We also emphasized a lot the care economy, and what we actually did was to increase government investment in care. And so we created new roles that were about community workers who were able to visit households and support the care work that happens in those households, including of the elderly, of children, and so on. And that was an important measure for us because we realized that in the context of COVID, where healthcare workers, women are overrepresented in terms of healthcare workers, that we needed to make sure we invested in the care economy. But in my limited time, I want to say a couple of things about the future of trade and women's participation. Barbados is a small island developing state. And so the conversation about international trade looks a bit different for us. We believe that we have to re-engineer an economy that is less reliant on changes in the international travel market and more reliant on the things that we have, the assets that we have, including human capital. And so we realize that we have to make sure that we have a skills-based, high-knowledge economy that is, and Mariama will understand what I'm saying, that is climate-proof and that is more resilient to shocks in the international market. And we think that a big part of that has to do with digital inclusion and the digital economy. Because if we create a space, both domestically and international trade, where we prioritize women's and men's access and make sure that we have equality of access to digital skills, then we know that we can export goods and services that do not rely as much on physical transport, on logistical transport, that we can make sure that we start to diversify the economy away from tourism and into more high-skilled services that do not depend as much on what's happening in the external market, because we saw that the global standstill in COVID hit our tourism-based economies really hard. And finally, what I'll say is what we're devising now is a new population policy. I don't believe that you can separate the movement of goods in the international trade system and the movement of services in the international trade system from the movement of people, from making sure that, right now on the trajectory that Barbados is, we are underpopulated. We are not even making replacement rates. And what we're working on now is a population policy that doesn't just look at how we provide a population base to get the growth that we want and the inclusion that we want, but also to see the investments in the care economy that are necessary for a well-functioning population from the perspective of income, but also of well-being. And so our population policy makes very visible the care economy. And while we develop the economic policies that are necessary for that, the immigration and other policies that are necessary for that, we're also making sure we develop the policies in the care economy that support women's work and that mean that we have an economy now as we recover from COVID that is not just focused on what's happening in the formal market, but what's also happening in the household economy. Those are my brief remarks for now. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Marcia Cattle, Minister of Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados, for this information on the situation in Barbados, of course, within the context of the Caribbean. And now we would recognize Maria Alejandra Munoz, Vice President of the Republic of Ecuador. Vice President, you have the floor. Can you hear me correctly? Yes, perfectly. Good day, Mario, and first of all, greetings. Can you see me go right? Yes. Well, good morning, Mario. I would like to especially greet Erica, Marsha, Carolina, Fabiana, who are sharing the panel with me, and also my greetings from Ecuador, a country of 8.8 million women, of which 3 million work in the farming sector. I was reflecting on this topic. Topics that allow us to speedily comment, and there are many, such as us, the role of international trade in the recovery in terms of gender equality gaps. And this places in a different sort of thought. Is international trade, or does international trade have a direct impact on reducing the gender equality gaps? And then, is it just about our international trade policy, or does it have to do with who is devising the policy and who it deals with? And so here I would like to reflect with you on this. I'm sure we can all agree in that, yes, the role of women or women's equality has an essential pillar in our struggle, that is economic dependence. And I'm going to go along those lines. That economic dependence is a crucial factor for women to achieve or reduce the equality gap that deepens more and more within the pandemic. We cannot say yet after the pandemic, but within the pandemic. And the second thing that we're also clear on is that the world has changed. And I would like to first speak of data with regard to what happened during the pandemic in order to reduce those gaps. And then where do we have an opportunity for international trade to make this gap that has been deepened may become more shallow? Let's share some data. During the pandemic, the burden of unpaid work increased for women by about 76%. 80% of those who lost their formal employment during the pandemic did so on account of horizontal inequalities of being young, a woman, or a particular ethnic group. And so then the wage gap in Latin America still is about 20%. Appropriate employment in Ecuador for men, 36%, for women, 26%. And 10 percentage points difference precisely in appropriate employment. There is a very high presence in Latin America of women in informal markets, and 77% of unpaid work is carried out by women, and 46% of women in economic life concentrate their work in aspects related to services, trade, or logistical. And the main economic activities during the pandemic are micro and small enterprises, mainly managed by women. And in terms of rurality, in Ecuador, for example, we have 8.8 million women and 3 million women who work in rural areas. And so women work 25 hours more a week than men and 6 hours more than the same women in urban areas. And so it is clear that during a tragedy, no one wins, but the differences do deepen. But in terms of gender equality, in addition, there are new forms of discrimination that arise when those gaps widen and they deepen, and those that we had where we had made some headway slow. And so additional discriminations on account of the number of children and time that they can dedicate to this. But also, in addition to all those aspects, we must see what happened during the pandemic, because the way the world has changed and also the international trade dynamics have changed. Today, they are still changing. Today, we can see them. Yes, we do not need much time more. And this has to do with how the percentage of international trade operators has increased in relation to women, and also how the dynamic has changed in terms of international trade over precisely new forms of employment, new forms of economic dynamics. Let me recap. If we all agree in that one of the fights for women equality is their economic autonomy, and one of the issues that within the pandemic has deepened, it is precisely that it is women who has mostly lost employment, and that their informal deepens, and that additionally have more burdens or more unpaid work. And so this affects their autonomy. And so what we need to do is facilitate that they're able to gain an economic autonomy, not only to be autonomous, economically speaking, but also it is necessary to open this up so that they can use this as a way to gain more autonomy and to be part of that path to autonomy. And so I would like to say that if the world has changed, if the trade facilitation agreement today allows us to international trade move with more reliable dynamics, simpler, more open, that is an essential niche for women to gain their economic autonomy. But for that fundamental niche be in line with and comes closer to women, what we need is that in international trade we have greater women leadership in those spaces that have naturally been spaces occupied by men. And here I would like to tell you of the experience of Ecuador in the customs offices in Ecuador in the last 2 years. Crises are not prepared at the day they occur, but earlier. The crisis occurred in 2020, but the run-up was from 2 years earlier, when it was arranged to implement the trade facilitation agreement with efficiency, and that this had to be done despite any type of logistic barrier. The second is that also a very strict policy was implemented. increasing the number of women in authority positions. They increased by a high percentage in the customs office in Ecuador in 2019. And this naturally led to different outcomes in terms of relations with women in international trade and women who had not dared before to work in international trade. And the results are very, very specific. Now, foreign trade operators within this pandemic have increased by 25%, and 80% of that increase is women.
The reduction in times, the effective controls has enabled women to lead spaces of international transportation and customs precisely because the contact with the authorities of international trade is very sound through women leaderships. On the other hand, 70% increase of loans for SMEs that are women-led, women-chaired, and specific loans for rural women have been adopted because 90% of our exports are agricultural or aquaculture, and additionally, in terms of imports, 50% are imports for international trade activities. So, my statement is international trade plays a fundamental role today from the perspective of capturing the opportunity for this new world where labor dependence is not precisely where society is leading to, but rather towards independence, labor independence. And labor independence is very necessary to close women's gaps or gender gaps. And that is going to be much more feasible if connected with international trade. Therefore, policies should be applied with efficiency and should have women in leading positions so as to come close to this sector of society that urgently needs measures of equality and reduction of gaps. That is basically what I wanted to share with you, and this is my take-home message. International trade must be ready to take advantage of all the change generated by the pandemic. Thank you very much, Vice President Maria Angelica Munoz. Truly very interesting. Really, you have kept time very clear, your presentation, the emphasis on changes of globalization, where obviously the issue of new trends is key. Also, you mentioned the trade facilitation agenda that is present in the region, and that is also an important area as to continue deepening those agenda and practically all integration mechanisms in operation in the region, in the Pacific Alliance and Mercosur, Central America, and so forth. And of course, you mentioned an important topic, and that is the challenge to think about regional integration linked to new national policies. Just as a way of information, precisely some weeks ago, jointly with the Director of Gender Issues, we launched the document Perspective of International Trade 2020, where there is a special chapter for the gender dimension, where you can find much more information, specifically the new agendas in trade agreements. Without further ado, let us continue with our panel members. And now I'd like to give the floor to Erika Moines, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama. Please go ahead, Minister. Thank you. Greetings to all the panel members that have spoken before me. And I would like to go back to a few comments that are very relevant, and we all agree. And when speaking about the role of women, post-pandemic role of women, it's important that we start by trying to adopt measures and contributions in very concrete issues. We see with concern when gender equality is mentioned, we see it as something abstract, and we don't land it down in concrete actions or in specific niches that we should in some way try to define how those public policies are being transformed into concrete actions. Particularly in international trade, it is an area where we have seen the collapse or decline of international trade in tourism, exports, etc. So this is one more area of many where cooperation or resumption need to be led by countries, public policies of each country, and jointly through international agreements, how can we decide to reinsert again ourselves and go back to normalcy? And why is that important? Because with that, we can decide if among those policies or strategies, do we see the need of including women as a protagonist, and we recognize the impact women have suffered as a result of the pandemic. Now, if we have states that recognize what has happened and also see the opportunity that this provides us, not only market recoveries, country recoveries, exports, imports, all of that will depend on each one of us. So we need to decide how are we ensuring women to go back again with a better opportunity, with a better role. And that is very important when Vice President Munoz referred to the empowerment, economic empowerment here of women is key. And therefore that we need opportunities. Women need to have those opportunities, and they will exist to the extent that we all make sure they are there. This is a debt we have. And perhaps after this crisis, we can adopt positive and concrete actions. And each one of the countries, and that ranges from simple things like training for international trade logistics with specific niches. There are in the World Bank, there are several studies on how the salaries of women tend to be more positive for them. So if we have sectors already identified and defined, and we have not still joined those sectors, we could train women for that. And Panama will have, of course, a reduction in or a high unemployment as a result of the pandemic. And one of the opportunities to go back to labor market, we need to train, and that training can be addressed and focused in women so that the opportunities could be filled in by women. And this can be done also jointly in forum like this one's. ECLAC has played a key role placing those concrete measures and objectives, and how do we help each other. So we need to come to an accountability. What has each state done in economic recovery plans and reinsertion in international trade so as to ensure women with new opportunities? So that's the benchmarking and accountability of where are we now and where do we want to get, so as to make sure that we are on the correct path, and once we leave the pandemic, we'll leave better. Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to Carolina Valdivia. She's Foreign Affairs Undersecretary of Chile. Thank you, Mario. Also, greetings to Maria Alejandra, Erika, Marsha, Miriam, Mario, thank you very much. And I greet our Minister of Gender Equity, Monica Salaquiet. It's a pleasure to be part of this distinguished panel so as to refer to international trade in the recovery with equality of gender. And here I take the words of the Foreign Minister of Panama in order to look for those concrete measures. What have those concrete measures bilaterally and or multilaterally Chile has adopted, or Chile's foreign minister has adopted? For several years, different countries have been working promoting international trade that be more inclusive, focusing in the full incorporation of women to the economy. Unfortunately, pandemic has generated the loss of livelihoods in many countries and loss of lives, challenging the ministries or the health sectors. The COVID-19 has also affected the enterprises, the companies, the workers, the economy as a whole. If we check the figures, we can see that the pandemic has affected disproportionately the economic empowerment of women throughout the whole world, as that has been the case in many interventions, exacerbating pre-existing inequalities in order to reduce and eliminate. Now, in spite of the fundamental role played by women in order to achieve an inclusive and sustainable development, they continue facing systematic barriers preventing women to develop all of our potential. The pandemic has evidenced vulnerabilities and gaps persisting still, including gender violence, greater domestic work, and non-remunerated care. The gap in the gender gap is 2.5 hours a day of this care non-remunerated activity. According to the Economic and Social Department of UN, globally in 2020, there is 47% participation in the labor market as compared to 78% in the case of men. Occupation in the economic sectors that have been affected by the pandemic, like trade and tourism, and also in employments with high exposure to the virus. We know that 70% of health workers are women. And we also have a greater role in the informal sector of economy, and all those areas have been more affected by the consequences of the pandemic. In all regions and segments of society, women have lost jobs to a greater extent than men. According to ILO, worldwide, the loss of employment of women was 5% in 2020 versus 3.9% of men. And that has been the case of Chile. The pandemic went back 10 years back of progress we had achieved incorporating women to the labor force. In 2010, the female labor participation was 46% and reached 53.3% in February of last year. And if compared with this February today, went to 45.3%, went down 10 points. Since the end of the 19th century, many women have lost their jobs. So the trade policy underscores as a clear element, a necessary element for elimination of barriers that prevent women to fully be incorporated in economy. And also, let us go to those specific measures. Since 2016, in our country, it has tried to be at the forefront in these matters, and we have promoted a series of initiatives to promote the economic empowerment of women through the incorporation of gender and trade chapters in several of our FTAs, like the free trade agreement subscribed with Uruguay, Canada, and Argentina. They are already in force, and with Ecuador and Brazil that are pending legislative approval, and also 4 negotiations underway with trade partners from different regions of the world. The incorporation of these topics in free trade agreements responds to the fact that the impact of trade policies is not neutral, and there are differentiated effects explained by the different economic and social roles played by men and women. And of course, the gender focus is across the board, and Chile decided to approach this theme in a specific chapters to be fully focused. Therefore, Chile has been a pioneer in incorporating specific gender chapters in free trade agreements. Prior to this, gender issues were isolated only linked to labor or cooperation chapters. The gender chapters have been designed in a way to respond to demands and challenges of an ever-changing world that has allowed to revisit them in the light of the pandemic. In our work with Argentina, Paraguay and Uruguay, inclusion of best practices for economic recovery to be gender sensitive. Examples of that are activities we have developed with Argentina and Canada. Exchanges, workshops, exchanges of best practices for data analysis with gender perspective. And missions of entrepreneurs to generate contact networks, but not only gender issues have been incorporated in our trade agreements. Also, we have done that at the plurilateral and multilateral manner. The global arrangement on trade and gender by the inclusive group, Canada, Chile, and New Zealand, is an important commitment. This agreement was signed in August 2020 by Canada, Chile, and New Zealand, promotes trade policies and gender policies, supporting each other with new opportunities to increase the participation of women as part of the broadest efforts to improve gender equality and empowerment of women. Chile, Canada, and New Zealand recognize the importance of incorporating gender perspective in an inclusive economic growth and commits to jointly implement cooperation activities designed to improve the capacities of workers and owners of enterprises. Also, we committed to comply rules and regulations promoting gender equality in each country, improve the access of women to trade and services, and share best practices in labor market. This is very important point. We have implemented the agreement with concrete joint activities. In December, we conducted the first activity within the framework of the Global Agreement of Trade and Gender. Canada, Chile, and New Zealand exchanged experiences and national policies supporting the economic empowerment of women and gender equality. Likewise, the second activity has been planned for April with the objective to connect exporter women of the three countries in order to incentivize trade by signatory economies. The efforts of Chile in trade and gender also have been taken to multilateral fora. UN offers an important opportunity to give visibility to the work of our country in this matter. One of the consensus that has arisen multilaterally in the context of the pandemic is that the 2030 Agenda and SDGs is an important roadmap to ensure that the response and recovery efforts not to leave anyone behind. The concern for gender equity is in the heart of the 2030 Agenda in the SDG 5 and mainstreaming the other objectives. This is the approach of the 2030 Agenda of our foreign ministry with a coordination interministerial mechanism so as to have full implementation. In this context, we value the special session of the General Assembly of the UN on COVID-19 on December 3 and 4 last year, where we participated in the virtual panel COVID-19 and 2030 Agenda, participation of women in the economic recovery within the framework of the pandemic. Likewise, in other initiatives of a pluri and multilateral nature, in the APEC Chile 2019, the women SMEs and inclusive work was defined as one of the four main pillars. Chile prioritized the women agenda and with different deliverables. The approval of the roadmap of La Serena that meant a concrete advance in promoting a more inclusive development in the Asia Pacific region, empowering economically all women and closing gaps between men and women for the 2030 through specific actions. In the context of the pandemic, the implementation of the roadmap prepared in 2020 included commitments to mitigate negative effects of COVID-19 on women. During this year, the roadmap will seek to promote cross-sectional strategies in all of APEC, including the Business Advisory Council of APEC and other relevant players, to approach the most urgent challenges of the region that limit the economic empowerment of women.
In the Pacific Alliance, Chile was a pro tempore chair of that bloc, and then we proposed a long-term agenda that would allow the Pacific Alliance to better respond to the needs of the women in the region, especially in view of the crises because of COVID. For the first time in the history of that bloc, we have assigned priority to women's empowerment, and that was done through the signature on gender equality and the roadmap during the summit that was held in Santiago. This brings in very priority elements, that is going forward against the barriers that limit the empowerment of women, encouraging labor participation and women's emperorship, decision-making of women in social, economic, and other fields, narrowing down the gender gap, and also discussing all data with a gender perspective. Here, the collection of data is extremely important. We well know that what is not measured cannot be changed. Thus, together with IDB, we conducted a study at the Pacific Alliance in order to see the impact of the pandemic, as well as the operations of the companies led by women in Colombia, Peru, Mexico, and Chile. In that study that will be published in March, we will shed light on the obstacles faced by women during the current situation. And the results also show the use of time of women that are devoted to teaching kids and care, and also how business women must change their companies into digital means. The study is followed by recommendations that have to do with the creation of support and business knowledge in order to reduce the negative impact of the pandemic over business women, and also to find out what can favor economic reactivation in the countries that belong to that bloc. From a multilateral standpoint, we also wish to mention the work that is being conducted. One has to do with the informal gender and trade group that was created at ILO. There, we participated building on what was decided on the joint declaration on women after the ministerial meeting of WTO in Buenos Aires. At OECD, there are discussions being held on gender, especially having to do with gender, trade, and its contribution to economic recovery post-pandemic. That is another space where we are able to contribute and to bring in other topics having to do with gender and COVID. Nationally, internally, through our General Division for the Promotion of Trade, ProChile, we have proposed having more inclusive trade. One of the main strategic focus would be the economic female empowerment on foreign trade. A program, Mujeres Exporta, was created with many activities that have been designed to encourage, develop, and strengthen the work of the exporting companies that have to do with women. Training has been held. the promotion of their goods and services. Mujer Exporta aims at cooperating women in foreign trade, improving the gender equality figures for the country. Now, for the economic recovery to be equitable, it must respond to specific needs of women. The current situation requires solutions that will allow us to ensure that the crisis will not continue worsening the inequality that exists, affecting the access of women to better opportunities. Thus, trade instruments bring in an excellent tool to encourage the growth and the empowerment of women in post-pandemic scenarios and to continue making headway in gender equality. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Carolina Valdivia, for that very interesting presentation. And for bringing the different initiatives of cooperations that you have mentioned. And there you have ensured the coherence between trade agreements and gender, especially in talking about the rights of women. Indeed, that is very innovative from the international standpoint. And the information that you have brought shows the deep work that is being done in the different national and international agencies. Before giving the floor to our next speaker and Q&A, I'd like to stress that during this regional globalization, indeed, today, going back to regional integration is a must, not only for furthering trade and to go forward with the existing systems, but also to make headway into regional production chains that would be so important for us. And there we would narrow the gender gap in things such as technology. That is one of the initiatives that was submitted to Minister Salaqué, that is digital integration and how to make sure that there women will be fully present. It seems to me that there is a very important topic, and how then to strengthen this regional mechanism, and that should be at the very beginning of it all. And I now give the floor to Mariana Williams, who is an expert in gender equality and trade. You have the floor.
Hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. So thank you very much. I want to thank the Secretariat, ECLAC, and the organizers for inviting me to participate in the 60th meeting of the Regional Conference in Women Latin America. I want to express my acknowledgement and I was in empathy with the statements made previously by some members of CSO and other women's groups. I thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for your work in shepherding the International Trade Integration Division of ECLAC, and in particular the recent report that came out with Chapter 3 on gender. I think ECLAC has been quite path-breaking in this work for many, many years on gender and trade, so I want to really emphasize that this chapter certainly was a well worth contribution. I want to thank all protocols observed in this virtual meeting. I want to thank the Vice President of Ecuador and the ministers of Panama, and definitely my good friend, Minister Cattle of Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados, Minister Carolina Valdivia, Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Chile, and all of the participants in this very important panel, which is looking at the role of international trade for recovery, gender equality. Now, I was asked to reflect to give my reflection on gender perspective on trade policy and the challenges and opportunities to the recovery with gender equality. And I think we have heard a lot of national presentations, really amazing the work that's been done at the national level to deal with this 1 in 100-year pandemic. And I think we need to acknowledge that we're in a circumstances that's trying for both governments, individuals, and civil society, and that is most trying for all of our countries, despite what level of development we are on and what path we're on. As we know from previous crises, the transmission mechanism of most all crises into developing countries in Latin America and Caribbean is through trade. Trade is also the mechanism for helping to promote the recovery. That is no less so with the COVID pandemic. We also know from the financial crisis of the debt crisis of the 1980s, the financial crisis of the 1990s in Asia, and of course the Ebola crisis in Africa and MERS, that these crises tend to impact disproportionately negatively on women. That is no less so in the Caribbean and Latin America, where our economies are still very much dependent on trade. What we know I feel very odd to present on trade in this panel, gender and trade, because the ECLAC report has been so thorough in documenting what is going on in terms of trade. But I will flag some things nonetheless, because I'm not sure everyone is aware of it, but I do recommend that people take a look at it. We know that worldwide, the COVID-19 economic and health crises have had disproportionate negative impact on women. Women have experienced losses of jobs due to their attachment to service sector and the informal economy. This is no less so in Latin America and the Caribbean. They're also more likely to be owners of micro and small and medium-sized enterprise, particularly in tourism in small island developing states such as in the Caribbean, in particular in food, beverage subsector. And we know, I'm sure you could see that in Anguilla, Trinidad and Tobago, and Minister McCardle has talked about what's going on in Barbados. We know that the shutdown generated losses in employment, stay at home, and related social or physical distance, I would like to call it, requirement, have led to increased unpaid domestic and care work, as well as, unfortunately, high level of domestic and other form of gender-based violence for women and girls. We all are familiar with all of the stylized facts, so I won't go in, and I feel like I'm carrying coal to Newcastle in talking about the gender and impact of trade for this panel, which ECLAC has done so much about. But I know that for small island developing states in the Caribbean, we are highly tourism dependent. The slowdown of tourism is impacting women heavily. In Jamaica, Barbados, where women are disproportionately involved in these sectors. And they not only are they disproportionately involved in the sector, but they're highly exposed to the infection in the sector. The various report has shown that women are dominating in textile and clothing and food. And if you look at the relative proportionality of men and women in the region, women are dominating in these sectors significantly more than men. Women are also in so-called other service sectors, right, which are the accommodation, food, and some of the finance and personal care and cultural services. So the documentation is there about what is going on with women. We also know that women are impacted by education, healthcare, and other kinds of service. The granularity of this is documented in ECLAC 2020, and I just point that out so people can pay attention to that. We are predicting a contraction in export of 23%, especially in Central America, and some of the sub-regions will be more negatively affected. What we've seen at the global level, and I will pause here to say, is that the economies that have been the most robust as reacting to this crisis are those that have been flexible, have invested in their public sector, have invested in education, and have flexible production processes that are enabling them to move with the sectors that are moving in this. And I mean the sectors, the pharmaceutical sector, the whole vaccination industry that has arisen, where the countries that are at the lower level of the global value chain, their capacity to upscale and be dynamic in responding to these factors are less so. And that's certainly the case for sectors in which women are dominant in the region. That point to a number of things that we need to take care of as we plug through and doing that. First, of course, the underinvestment in education, healthcare, in care economy, and care dynamics have to be remedied. These are things that feminists in the region, feminist economists, and international organizations have been pointing out for a very, very long time. The COVID has now showed the underbelly of these development dynamics, despite what we would think about in terms of export-led growth. So we are at the mercy now of the trade policy and trade reversal. We know at the WTO, the TRIPS agreement, in terms that would facilitate the passing through of vaccination to our economies, are under threat, and the developed countries are blocking many of those. The sectors that are important to us are tourism, manufacturing, healthcare, and education. These are sectors that we need to regird and build in with tremendous alacrity and speed. Barbados has talked about income support and job retention, which are critically important, and Marsha has talked about why that is particularly so for women, who tend to be the first fired and have the longest duration of unemployment and the least capabilities to rebound. And I think these are lessons for us. The other lesson is in terms of e-commerce agenda, that we need a really strong gender-focused e-commerce agenda that look at digital public services and the inclusion of a whole host of policies around empowering women. Infrastructure, very important also for moving goods and services, but also in this age and this era. And it's going to be like this for the next 2 years, whereas the pharmaceutical sector, the movement of vaccine, the movements of masks, the movements of gel, those are the things that are going to carry world trade for a while. Food and beverages also. Those are sectors that women are in. But we also need to put money into investing in the capabilities and capacities of women. So the counter-cyclical fiscal policy must be hand in hand with the trade policy. The trade policy is going to be slower, but the counter-cyclical fiscal policy is where we need to promote and be able to empower by moving capital. So what we need are technology and capital investment for SMEs, especially micro enterprise, but also in communities and in those sectors where women are the most effective, and as well as in the care economy. So investment in care, investment in digital platforms, pretty rapidly, that can help to push women who are in these sectors. So the public policy is very, very important. The trade promotion, which is also part of the discretionary policy of many of our governments, must very quickly begin to leverage money into these sectors where women are and ethnic minorities are being underserved. And we need to see those kinds of public policy, trade and investment facilitation, not just to move multinational cooperation good, but to facilitate the movement of MSMEs in the economy and along the trade dimension, to get them into sectors that is growing, to get them to be able to be part of the dynamic part of responding to COVID-19. And that will differ for different countries based on their capabilities and the ability to quickly upscale and be part of the new global value chain in moving COVID assets prior to. So each government in the region must prioritize the key sectors that have the highest potential to mainstream gender and vulnerable group into export trade. We already know food, tourism, commercial, but we also have to look at the integration and intersection between those. And those sectors have to be the ones that are relevant for the socioeconomic goals. We know that we have to reset the SDG, right? So we need to upscale those goals, those priorities in the economy that link to making sure that the critical goals of the SDGs are progressively on their way. Yes, there'll be a slowdown. Yes, there'll be some rethinking, resetting. So we need to have the sectors with a high level of growth are deceleration from the pandemic knock-on effects on international trade, and where women are visible in the value chain. That must be where money and policy and capacity building must occur. Sectors with a high value addition from women. Sectors where production resources are readily available but are not equitably shared by men and women and vulnerable groups. All of these need to be part of a broad spectrum approach that regirds the gender-related commitments that are needed and necessary for us. So again, some of the old-fashioned tools that we who have worked on gender and trade for many years have pushed forward. Gender and trade impact assessment tools, they're out there. They can be used very quickly to provide information on the sensitive sector. And as I said, ECLAS has led some of the work on that. So there's no very much heavy lifting. It's a matter of political will, and it's a matter of really going in to look at the trade sector for each country. To date, we've seen reference in trade agreements, Chile, Uruguay, Canada, Chile, and so forth. But these are light touch. We don't have any legally binding discussions around them. And we certainly need to upgrade these so that they actually impact the part of the economy that is deepening the trend that could result in more funding for gender-related programming, for technical cooperation, such as Aid for Trade, within the Aid for Trade framework, both at the global level, but as well as regional, in the plurilateral agreement, as Madam Minister from Chile and others are talking about. In the plurilateral agreement, we need to see a reinforcement and a ring fencing of care, of social dynamics, and of social development. We need to see that the welfare impacts of the pandemic are gendered. When we start talking about recovery, because there's the recovery and then the post-pandemic recovery, the immediate recovery, and for many countries, talking about the recovery is still too far away. We're still responding. And so the response and any second round stimulus must be significantly gendered, paying attention to women and the men who their capacity to do distance work, their exposure to the virus, put them at extreme risk. We don't know, for many of us, when we will get vaccines that will actually reach to the bottom pillars of our society. We already see what is going on in terms of the inequity with the distribution of vaccine globally and within countries such as the US and other parts of the world. We can only see imagine how much worse it will be given the level of inequality and inequity that existed in Latin America and sub-region. So it's up to the government and public policy. I think one of the things about the COVID is that it's made government visible one more, and those who thought that government was not important, we see the relative importance of government. And so government must seize that, and we as civil society, thinkers, academic institutions such as ECLAC and others must regird and help to push the governments to do the right thing in regard to fiscal policy stimulus, their trade policy, which is linked to fiscal policy in terms of the aid for trade that each government will be using to stimulate their sectors that are critically important. We have to put in processes and mechanisms that improve the understanding of the primary, secondary, direct, and indirect contribution of women and men, and how that relates to not just the COVID and the trade, but also the interrelationship between trade and climate change, which is quite relevant for small islands and also for coastal cities around Latin America and the sub-regions. So we cannot think of the trade policy de-linked from climate change and the impact of climate change. We actually must now, we have this triple crisis with the climate change, underlying climate change issue, the COVID recovery issue, and the trade, deceleration of trade that's occurring on multiple levels and front. So we need to make sure that climate protection policy and trade policies, when they interface, they have gender-based analytical and practical components, linking again to critical sector, agriculture, fisheries, forestry, energy, and tourism, and how these are gender differentiated and what kinds of policies we could put into play. We have to ensure that the COVID-19 support and adjustment policies, program, and strategies support the elimination of gender and other social gaps. And these social gaps are well documented. They were well documented in the regional post-Beijing 25 set of consultation that occurred in the region. There's tremendous amount of details and nitty-gritty on that. So we are not lost in terms of information. There's enough information there. We need to correlate and put them together and begin to develop a serious program of recovery that links climate, trade, and COVID recovery together as part of a broad spectrum policy. Now that will differ for different countries. Some countries have different level of exposure to climate change and climate hazard. So it will differ across the region, but it must be paid attention to, and it must be part of the tools and the frameworks that we develop, right? I'm not sure how far I am, but my last point, I guess I should say, is that as we continue to forge a common understanding of what constitute gender responsive COVID policies linked to trade, export promotion, and as I said, to climate change and adaptation and mitigation, we must also make sure that gender advocates and gender machineries in the region and the sub-region are empowered and incapacitated to help to identify the strategic priorities and thematic issues that are relevant to the sub-region in the national context in terms of timelines and national circumstances. So all of those are very important in this whole discussion. We have to unplug or unpack these phrases: build back better. Build back better to what? Build back better with a gender sensitivity, build back better, recognizing the vast level of inequality and gender discrimination that exists. What are we building back better to? So I think we need to interrogate many of these things, and we need to really capacitate our gender machineries. And I'm very happy to see the ministers who are here, who have a very strong sense of gender dynamics and are gender champions themselves. So that I'm not worried about. So, but we do need to focus on trade, because trade gets mystified a lot, and we need to upscale the trade infrastructure so that they can be sustainable and they allow for the participation of women through technical assistance, through innovation and upscaling, and also bringing the traditional knowledge of indigenous people and ethnic minorities in our various communities. So the COVID recovery prospect linking to trade is that trade makers and economic decision policy makers, including negotiators, must be informed by findings of studies such as the ECLAC with explicit policy implication addressing the interplay between the pandemic causality and casualty, recovery, trade development promotion, women's agency, their access to assets and resource, and their ability to access both climate finance and trade finance, and the interlink between those two. Because we see now in the whole push for green economy and Green New Deal that trade adaptation is becoming part of that linkage, and public finance is being utilized for those. So we have to bring the gender implication. We also have to make sure that grassroots women researchers are become very much involved and are part of the decision-making structure in all of these processes and development. So very broad scope, comprehensive research and capacity building program aimed at stimulating the development of tools and methodology for further intensification of women-specific COVID-19 trade opportunities, challenge, and vulnerability in the context of climate change, with different implications for different countries. Cross-regional, in terms of 6 specific areas, I say nutrient capacity and women's health, social reproduction care and women's domestic burden and increased hardship, women's reduced ability to provide self-protection, and a lack of education and equal power. Also, gender audits of vulnerability and assessment methodology for climate change, and ex-ante and post-gender audits of trade policy agreements and reform. We need projects and programs to decrease women's and girls' vulnerability to climate change and the linkage between climate change and trade, which is going to be different according to the sectors that are impacted by climate change. And the climate science will tell us, all of the climate forecasting will tell us which of these areas. So gender climate change interlinked sectoral issue: agriculture, food adaptation, traditional knowledge, intellectual property, water, sanitation. All of these are areas around which we need to leverage the capacity and the discretion of government. Lastly, I'd like to flag that in the Latin American region and the Caribbean region, we have to pay attention to the fact that the Caribbean islands in particular have heavy debt load, which will only be increased with the COVID-19. And despite
Mariana, please,
yeah.
if you
And I will say, despite the provisions being made by the IMF, it's not enough.
Okay. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, then I would say, I'd say that, I think most of the points that I would like to make have been made, right? Just to say that both pro-gender equality and pandemic-sensitive, gender-responsive women's empowerment trade policy require consistent and proactive intervention in order to make them strong instruments of women's economic and social empowerment. On the trade side, for example, we need support measures for women entrepreneur, including small farmers. They need to support for upgrading the quality or reducing price to compete with imports, upgrading quality and organizing supply of large volumes of products, and helping women to be able to traverse some of the sanitary and phytosanitary agreement. But most of all, we need our government to act in one accord around the TRIPS agreement in the WTO so that our people, men and women, boys and girls, can have access to the COVID vaccine, because that is critical for their life, for their productivity, and for the performance. And I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Mariana Williams. Very complete presentation, but as usual, we have serious time restrictions, and so we have a request for the floor, in this case by Mexico, so we'll recognize Jimena Mariscal for UN Women, and followed by a 1 or 2 minute closure by each of our speakers. So I would now like to recognize Jimena Mariscal from UN Women. Thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of the President of UN Women Mexico, I thank the speakers for the very relevant presentations. And as has been said, international trade has increased as never before in recent decades around the world, and in Mexico has done so very strongly, simply, or especially since the entry into force of the free trade agreement. But this has not benefited everyone equally. Women, for example, have continued to be excluded from the major value chains or relegated from decision-making positions, and Mexican business women are very clear on this. They say they're not afraid of failing in their endeavors, but on the contrary, they trust their skills. But the biggest obstacle is the context rather than them. That is, if as governments were able to support them, we could reasonably increase the number of enterprises led by women with international presence. And finally, I would like to share the integral strategy for women that we're furthering by the government of Mexico together with the Secretariats of Economy, Finance and Culture, because we know that the growth of the country's competitiveness and productivity to a great extent depend, and even more today after COVID, on the inclusion of women into the paid work area. TEMEC and entry into force is a great achievement. It will benefit all three nations, Canada, USA, and Mexico, because it seeks for a better integration of our economies and also an improvement in production chains to recover the economic presence that North America has lost in the last decades. Contrary to TELECAN, or NAFTA rather, it includes the creation of a competitiveness committee that provides advice and recommendation for SMEs and companies owned by women, indigenous groups, young people, or other excluded groups. In addition, DEMEC includes a special chapter on SMEs, and so women have a very important participation, as has been said here, in order to have strategies that allow for the confirmation of these companies in all three states. And second, we have put in motion a strategy for furthering exporting women, MX. This strategy is designed to continuously and intensively accompany national companies headed by women and that would like to access international markets. And last October the 26th, we held the first Business Brown between Mexican Business One with US and Canadian importing companies. This program included training to support SMEs led by women and make successful incursions in international markets. And lastly, it is a strategy that allows autonomy for women in digital means. And so with efforts by the Ministries of Finance, Well-being and others, we have a pilot for integral training of women businesswomen and micro businesses to further their involvement in the digital market. This training is done via trainers in the mechanisms for the advancement of women, the federative organizations in Mexico, the Secretariat for Economic Development, and a special training center for industrial work. All of these replicate the content of a business administration, gender, online sales for these women. And UN Women designed and produced the online course, Empower to Grow, for these business women. And as representatives of the state of Mexico, we are pleased to be here and say that for the first time in Mexico, we have programs specifically for the strengthening of companies owned by women, and so have a national policy for equity 2020-2024, and betting on the economic autonomy of women has to do with closing inequality gaps, putting an end to the precariousness that affects their lives. It is waging on empowering decision-making freedom and the construction of a life of their own that significantly favors the prevention of the violence that they suffer. Thank you very much for giving us this time. Thank you, Jimena Mariscal, for your intervention. And now, yes, we will recognize each panelist. Marta Delgado, the Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights at the Secretariat from Mexico. Marta? Well, we cannot hear the person who'd asked for the floor, Marta Delgado. I don't know if she has activated her microphone or not. Well, it would seem, Marta, could you please speak to check your audio? Hello, yes, can you hear me? Yes, now, yes, we can hear you. Hello. Well, we had not been authorized, but now, yes. Thank you and good morning. I would like to greet everyone, distinguished ministers and high-level authorities in gender equality in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also the delegates from these countries attending the meeting. Last year, we adopted the commitments of Santiago at the 11th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And with this adoption, we committed to advance in the inclusion of the gender perspective in all policies and programs in order to mitigate the adverse effect of climate change in the world, and also specifically in terms of the vulnerability of women, and recognizing that women have differentiated impact, or their life is affected differently for women and girls. The impact is different. Now, as part of these actions to put these commitments into practice, the state of Mexico has implemented various actions, gender sensitive. This is to provide actions based on the national framework. The framework is provided by the Program for Equality Among Men and Women, that in Mexico we call Pro Equality. And in this program, climate change is seen as a threat that contributes to increasing risk for women. And so therefore, Pro Equality considers the promotion of loans and subsidies and international cooperation to support, for example, farm producers with special emphasis on indigenous women, Afro-American women, and women in vulnerable to climate change. And also it proposes including the gender perspective in the Mexican Fund for Climate Change in order to make use of traditional and scientific knowledge of indigenous women in terms of managing and the conservation of natural resources. And third, there is also a framework to support the development of women's leadership so that they may take part in community processes for peace, for environmental sustainability, risk management, communities and population groups that are more vulnerable. And so in line with this policy pro-equality, Mexico has also carried out its first national policy for adaptation to climate change with a special chapter on adaptation in our recently presented nationally determined contribution with aims that were devised in order to have measurement and also have a gender approach. In this presentation, we determined a criteria, cross-cutting, mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming for mitigation. And we also have other approaches that address climate change and include the gender approach to government plans. For example, a national plan that includes the gender action plan for women beneficiaries of the program, and also an interinstitutional group for gender and climate change that was created recently for gender mainstreaming in actions related to climate change and the strengthening of climate policies in Mexico.
And finally, we have a new national atlas of vulnerability to climate change, where we want the gender gap to be more sensitive insofar as different disaggregated variables. This is together with INEGI, the statistics institution of this country. Finally, I would like to underline that as part of feminist foreign policy of Mexico that we seek to promote in order to reduce and eliminate structural differences, gaps, in favor of foreign policy, including women, we have modified our domestic policy and all the discourses. And at the Senate, we have a bill for gender parity for foreign affairs for this ministry. And in COP25, or Framework Convention on Climate Change of the UN in Madrid in 2019, Mexico participated very actively in the negotiations of the Lima Program on Gender and the adoption of the Gender Action Plan. And during those negotiations, Mexico had a loud voice insofar as the priorities of this program, for example, incorporating gender equality in the combating of climate change, the importance of the women human rights in climate change, and the need to maintain an intersectional approach in this plan, ensuring transition of labor force that will be gender sensitive. We are fully convinced that this feminist foreign policy undertaken a year ago by Mexico will help us surely to fight climate change much better with women included, leaving no one behind, of course, not women. And I wanted to thank the invitation and greet Ana Wesmes, Director of Gender Issues Division of ECLAC, Marta Lucia Ramirez, Vice President of Colombia, Pernod Charles, Ministry of Housing and Urban Renovation, Environment and Climate Change of Jamaica, Marcela Guerrero, Minister of Women Condition Costa Rica, Lorena Aguilar, and Delphine O, Ambassador of France and Secretary General of the Forum, which is Equality Generation, that we are going to launch as co-president with France. Thank you very much for the opportunity and good morning. Thank you, Marta Delgado, for your intervention and the information and the very key role that Mexico is playing in this area. So with this, we would like to go to the closing. And panel members have 1 minute if you want to give one final message. That this has been extremely important because of the political content and different proposals. So Maria Alejandra Muñoz, Vice President of Ecuador, you have the floor. Ana Madrid has the microphone opened. So Foreign Minister of Panama, Erika Movinets. Thank you. I just want to use this minute to conclude and say that we are all regionally dedicated to the development of public policies related to economic reactivation, and therefore gender perspective needs to be there in the center. All countries have several initiatives that we have developed so as to give women the role and opportunities. We need to do much more because we've gone back 10 years back. So we need to develop those public policies in a concrete manner for the promotion of gender issues. Thank you very much, Minister, and for the commitment of Panama in the gender agenda. Now I give the floor to Marcia Cattle, Minister of Economic and Investment Affairs of Barbados.
Mario, I want to briefly share two further thoughts. The first thought picks up on where Mariama left off, which is to say that none of this is going to be possible, especially for the small middle-income countries of the Caribbean region, if we do not look at the international financial architecture around this recovery. Now, in Barbados, we have isolated our COVID-related debt, because if we are not careful, this public health crisis is going to be converted into a debt crisis, a new debt crisis for small middle-income island states. And so one of the things that we've argued for is a restructuring of debt, and Barbados perhaps needs it less than other states globally, but a restructuring of debt that gives it longer tenor and gives us a real recovery period, perhaps a moratorium on interest rates, so that all of these gender equality policies that we need to activate, that we have the fiscal space to do that. The final point I will make is about how we manage the macro and the micro. We've talked quite a bit about international trade agreements, but I particularly like the intervention of the first speaker during the Q&A, I believe from Mexico, who talked about the micro interventions, the kind of bottom-up interventions to make sure that women have access to income earning opportunities and are integrated into global markets. For us in this region, digital inclusion, e-commerce, and making sure that people have access to the digital economy is going to be extremely important for women. And so I think those are the two things that our effort in this Caribbean region will be focusing on. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Barcha Carol. Ahora le paso la palabra.
Thank you very much. Now the floor is for Carolina Valdivia, Foreign Ministry of Chile. Thank you also, everyone, for this excellent panel. I keep what we have discussed. That is, in order to reactivate post-pandemic, for reactivation to be equitable, it will be indispensable that the founding plan see to the specific needs of women, especially those factors that have been evidenced in the pandemic that affect women much more. The present situation calls for collective solutions and actions in allowing us to ensure, as the Minister of Barbados said, that the crisis will not continue exacerbating gender inequalities that exist and affect women with more equitable manners. So, as I said, the commercial trade instruments and plurilateral and multilateral initiatives, as pointed out by the expert, are an excellent tool in order to drive the economic empowerment of women in the post-COVID scenario and continue moving ahead in gender equality in its different aspects. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Undersecretary. Finally, we give the floor to Mariana Williams. Please, Mariana, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I didn't get all of the questions and comments, but I really appreciate the panelists and the intervention made from the floor. There is undeniable that we're in a critical moment. Some would say a Kairos moment for the world economy, and certainly for our region, to rethink how we've been running our economy, what have been the value of the economy, what have been the values that we want to foster and want to promote and enhance in a context in which we are facing climate challenges. And from the futurists and the epidemiologists, we know that the COVID-19 is just one of many pandemics out there. And we definitely need some turnaround in terms of what we think are the commanding heights of our economies and who it is that makes the economy possible. And the fundamental part of that is, of course, the care economy and the lives of those on the bottom who are what makes the economy possible, despite technology transfer, despite high technology, despite digitalization. Without workers, without women in community carrying the major load of the economies, our economies will be stumped. And I think one of the things that COVID has brought, certainly for many in the Western part of the world, is the essentiality of care work and the essentiality of the work where women are located, nursing, teaching, care economy, but also the burden that women bear in carrying out those responsibilities in terms of what it exposes them to, loss of employment, loss of life, ill health, ill well-being, but always, always triple and double burden. Therefore, it behooves us to rethink our public policy to make sure that care is an essential plank of whatever we build into the economy, and to make sure that we regird our public health system and that we incapacitate women farmers, women micro-enterprise, because they are the ones who on the ground are carrying forth the economy. The other thing is that we give a lot of, especially in the Caribbean, our tiny islands, we give a lot of lip service to economic diversification. With every crisis, we talk about economic diversification, but we don't really implement a strong, comprehensive approach to economic diversification. So it becomes piecemeal, as it did in the financial crisis when tourism was attacked, as it's doing with the COVID crisis when the transmission mechanism of virus is through tourism and many other things. We talk about trade, but we don't build the national economies in a way that makes it flexible and adaptable. And not all of that is about constraints of money. A lot of it's the constraints of idea and political will and our dependency on these and thinking that we can run an economy only every 5 years or every 4 years of a political cycle and not having a long view about it. And so I think the question of debt that Minister McConnell has brought up, the point about reaching out for the making micro adjustment, including building a solid foundation on the microeconomy. And I think the microeconomy, despite all the years of work on micro enterprise and microfinance, without good public support, infrastructure, electricity, technology, digital platform, the micro will always be piecemeal and dependent. So we have to really undergird the micro to really scale up and build these things into our economy. I thank you very much.
Okay, muchas gracias. Bueno, entonces damos por finalizado este panel. Agradecemos.
Thank you very much. We thank the panelists and we thank everyone, all the participants of this panel, particularly Ana Maria Güemes, Monica Salaquiet, and the whole team that organized this forum. And of course, we refresh all the subjects, will take note of all these points and really approaching integral development perspective. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the panel members and high authorities on this subject, which is crucial for a post-COVID cooperation to be successful. Thank you, Mario Castillo, for the excellent chair and for the work he conducted in order to implement international trade with a gender perspective. Likewise, I send special greetings to the Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs of Chile, Carolina Valdivia, and thank her for her presentation. In order to continue, I now invite Anna Westmes, Director of the Division of Gender Issues of ECLAC, in order to chair the next panel meeting of high level that is called Challenges Before Climate Change for a Sustainable Recovery with Equality. Thank you, Minister Salaquiet, chairwoman of the meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women. We have already discussed in the previous panel on trade and climate change. Greetings to the different ministers, authorities, and international delegates of civil society. To tell you that the pandemic, COVID pandemic crisis has evidenced the structural failures and flaws of the region and the world, evidencing the non-sustainability of production, distribution, and consumption patterns that prevail in the economies, as well as the profound gender inequalities. In this juncture, ECLAC, in its last session, under the chair of Costa Rica, urged the Caribbean and Latin American countries to move to recovery strategies where equality and sustainability be in the focus of their actions. Of course, gender equality. Yesterday, our Executive Secretary, Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, also spoke about political, social, and economic pacts in order to move to the society of care, which is one that takes care of the planet, of the persons, and puts sustainability of life in the center. 5 years after the Paris Accord, explicitly recognizing the gender perspective in the analysis of impacts on climate change, countries have begun in the national adaptation plans and in the NDCs the efforts so as to move forward in mainstreaming the gender perspective and implementation of the Framework Convention of the UN on climate change. These progress has been important, but still there is a lot of road to tread. For example, the Escazú Agreement, regional agreement on the access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental affairs, the agreement of Latin America and the Caribbean. The objective of this panel meeting is offer a space to discuss the different opportunities and challenges that countries have for a sustainable recovery with equality, and also see how much progress was made in the Santiago commitment, including specific measures on gender and climate change that was approved a year ago in the 14th Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, especially seeing what initiatives can make us move forward in the goals of the Paris Accord and 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and what is the role of mechanisms for the promotion of women, advancement of women. I can tell you that you can ask for the floor at the end of the panel meeting with interventions either raising your hands or in the chat. So now I agreed the authorities that will be with us in the panel, Mrs. Delphine O, Ambassador of France and Secretary General of the Generation Equality Forum, Mrs. Marta Lucia Ramirez, Vice President of Colombia, Mr. Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change of Jamaica, Mrs. Marcela Guerrera, Minister of the Condition of Women and Executive President of the National Institute of Women of Costa Rica, and Lorena Aguilar, a specialist in gender and climate change. So as not to take any longer, we will hear a video intervention by Delphine O, Ambassador of France and Secretary General of this.
Ministers, Excellencies, dear friends. My name is Delphine O. I am the Secretary General of the Generation Equality Forum and the Ambassador for Gender Equality at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would like to congratulate the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean for the organization of this regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean, and for choosing a very timely focus on the intersection of gender equality and climate justice. In our work for the Generation Equality Forum, which is the largest international gathering for women's rights and gender equality of the past 26 years, the intersection between climate justice and gender equality is very much at the core of our work. We have chosen to name one of our 6 action coalitions after this topic and to concentrate our energy and to gather a group of different stakeholders, including some from Latin America and the Caribbean, to dedicate resources to design a specific roadmap which will be presented in Mexico at the end of this month and then in Paris in June of this year for the Generation Equality Forum. This coalition will aim to mainstream gender equality in the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change, to support and strengthen the Gender Action Plan of the last COP26, to support the Lima Framework Agreement on gender equality in climate change. We will look at this intersection between climate justice and gender equality from 2 angles. First, we do know that women are most heavily disproportionately impacted by climate change, by desertification, by natural disaster. Most of forced migrants due to climate change are women who actually were farmers in the first place. But at the same time, we also need to look at women as agents of change for a more sustainable world and a more sustainable planet. We need to train more women to be climate negotiators in the climate negotiations at the local, national, regional, or international level. We need to educate and train more young women, more adolescent girls and young women in the field of science, in the field of climate change science, and so on. So we need to prepare for a world that is in line with the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development of the United Nations, where we have more gender equality, more involvement of women, and a sustainable planet. This is why I'm really happy and flattered and honored to be part of this important event for the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I support the work of our embassy in Chile and our participation as France in this very important regional conference. I would like to take the opportunity to invite all of you to the virtual Generation Equality Forum, which will take place in Mexico from March 29th to March 31st, and then to the Generation Equality Forum, which will take place in Paris in June of this year, and to fight, all of us, for gender equality and climate justice. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajadora, por su...
Thank you, Ambassador, for your invitation, for your kind words, and for talking about this cross between gender equality and climate justice and the differentiated impact, but the special role that women are playing in the efforts towards sustainability of life, of the planet, and also for this invitation that France and Mexico have made to the Forum Generation Equality. And we have also heard from Ms. Marta Delgado from the Mexican Foreign Ministry as well. We thank you. And now let us go to the Caribbean, one of the regions more affected because of climate change. It's an honor then to bring to you the Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change from Jamaica, Mr. Pirno Charles Jr. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Turn off my... Ministers, colleagues, this is such an important discussion. The connectivity between climate change and gender equality. In Jamaica, we have taken significant steps to ensure that we integrate the issues relating to gender and gender equality into our adaptation plan. Matter of fact, in 2018, we were honored to welcome 30 gender specialists to our country. And for them to collaborate with our and for them ensuring that we use a gender lens in determining how we adapt and really construct our way forward. Nothing more than COVID-19 has really revealed to us the difficulties and the challenges that are faced when it comes on to gender issues. In particular, we see the specific differences and the distinctions in how our men and women, boys and girls are affected. That is the gravamen, the foundation of why we have to have a very specific approach if we are to achieve success in a sustainable way, understanding the differences between the genders and the differences in the challenges and therefore the differences in the solutions that are required for us to really ensure that we are achieving the outcome that we see. We have had also this year recently, I participated in a UNDP-led program that really made the connection between gender and climate change and focused on undertaking assessments on building the nexus between gender and climate change, strengthening the coordination of government with the private sector, developing the multi-stakeholder mechanisms, and most importantly, identifying the financing that is required if we're going to approach these issues towards solutions. So we understand the vulnerabilities, and we also understand the impact of COVID-19 on the gender agenda. We've seen overall increase in the reports of gender-based violence, as well as increased household responsibility when it comes down to homeschooling, the care for elderly, and the vulnerabilities of family members. So we know that the issues relating to gender are paramount. As I close, I just want to highlight that in Jamaica, we have also ensured that the Climate Change Advisory Board that supports me and advises me as minister is completely gender balanced, 50-50. And we're taking steps to make sure that that is spread across all government agencies with a minimum of 30% of any gender on all of our boards. So we appreciate that it's not just a matter of speaking about it, but we are taking action to lead from the front.
Muchas gracias, ministro, por su participación.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your participation, for reminding us the importance of parity at the cabinets and the efforts Jamaica is conducting on that direction. We also thank you for reminding us of the vulnerabilities, the differentiated impacts, and the response that is being conducted from countries in order to tackle the crossroad between gender and climate change. We also appreciate UNDP's following the efforts for the countries in the region, as you yourself mentioned. It is a pleasure now to welcome Ms. Marcela Guerrero, Minister on the Status of Women and Executive President of the National Institute for Women, INAMU, from Costa Rica. She has adopted this position as of this year. So it's the first time that we have the pleasure of welcoming her here in the presiding officers meeting. Good morning. It's an honor to have you as moderator. I also wish to greet the Vice President from Colombia, the Ambassador from France, and the General Secretary of the Forum on Equality and Environment and Climate Change of Jamaica, and Lorena Aguilar, is expert on gender equality. It's really an honor to share this panel with such distinguished guests. It has an important role in the international negotiations towards gender equality. I myself am at your service so that within the forum of
nous pouvons avoir le leadership comme vous l'avez su faire.
Continue working towards justice. I would like to greet also the authorities present, but I'd like to talk about some of the relevant ideas related to the condition that will make us all stronger in this post-pandemic century. You yourself, moderator, said that the challenges are now more evident. It is also true that there's great hope for us in the region. Costa Rica, for example, has adopted long steps as of Paris. We have adopted a series of legislations in order to go through energy transition. Our countries must have internal negotiation, not only changing governance that is needed. We must have a parity leadership, and we must also redo our governance. We're not talking about the environment, we're talking about also development, as we hear in Sustainable Development Goals. facing 2030, we cannot have gaps. And we know that, yes, we have women in important positions. We have champion women in these negotiations. Costa Rica, for example, has a woman there. But we have determined that we don't want to be only discourse. We must have spokeswomen, as Costa Rica has done. We must take up these commitments. COP Paris was fundamental for mankind to understand that responsibility falls on some shoulders, and this development cannot be apart. It cannot only have to do with participation, but also with the intersectional nature of the negotiation. We must have local and world negotiation and look at the differentiated impact we are all feeling. That our minister is determined to have an impact so as to look at the local, realizing that women are not the same in the coastal areas, in the border areas, or in other areas for the urban census. We need more data. And Prikop well said that we should make more concrete in our action plan, saying that every struggle for climate change and adaptation in the decarbonizing plan, that we are indeed adopting policies in the most important sectors and in the numeric contribution that we countries must show to prove that we are really committed to lowering our emissions, as well as the efforts that must be adopted. We are relating to others, trying to see how this intersectionality is happening in the territories. If the women at local levels realize that the urban centers and decarbonization, that the efforts that must be adopted in the new transitions to ensure water supply or for power generation, they must be efficient. But we must look at this in a differentiated manner, and that's the best way to show that we are following the agreements we have signed. We are also working effectively so that the financial sector may provide financing. We have the climate bonds, we have the green bonds, but that everything should include gender as a new means of development. Secondly, we must rethink a fiscal reform that will have action that will contribute to that intersectionality. Thirdly, in the 2021 edition, we must work with the organizations which at the primary service and trade sectors so that they may show that the transition towards a new economy is possible using women as leaders. I have been moved here today, and let me invite the regional conference and those of you who listen to me, as well as our ambassador in Chile, Ms. Adriana Murillo, who has also been a tremendous leader, to please join us all in this coalition of women for climate justice. We women will lead next century because we will give a different development perspective where no one will be left behind. Thank you, Marcela Guerrero, Minister on the Status of Women and the President of the National Institute for Women. I think that we can say that, yes, you have moved us you have moved many of the delegates who have listened to you, because Costa Rica is indeed showing that it is possible to go forward. And Costa Rica, by the way, is chairing the session of ECLAC. And during the last session, ECLAC brought many sectors that contribute to sustainability, but can also help out to revamp the economies with renewable energy, with a circular economy, and other ideas. So there's much that can be done to change the paradigm, to change the way the economy has been working in the past. And let me say that one of the main contributions in the Santiago commitment is the intersectional focus that recognizes the diversity amongst women and all of the contribution that we, the indigenous, Afro-descendants, all women are contributing. A multi-scale approach is also very important at the global fora, internationally, in our countries, and mainly in the local communities. Thank you for also talking about the funding and the fiscal reform. We have often said here that being cross-cutting is not enough. We need positive action. We need a strong push, as never before has been done, to make headway in our gender efforts. I will now bring to you Lorena Aguilar. She's very well known to all of us. She's an expert in gender equality and climate change. She is going to be bringing to us a first effort that we're doing as of ECLAC with the support of the French embassy here in Chile in order to identify the regulatory frameworks and the progress that can be reached with instruments, ideas, and new practices in order to work in this link between climate change and gender equality.
Escuchen. Thank you very much, Anna. I hope you can hear me. Well, my greetings to all ministers, especially Minister Guerrero, and with whom I hope to be working together very soon, and Diana, our moderator, and Chief of the Division for Gender Affairs of ECLAC. We will try and do the best possible with these slides, but as we were saying, we're making an effort to put into practice so many years of agreements achieved in terms of climate change. Because we know that when we're speaking of climate change, we are on the edge of the abyss. And young people around the world have expressed this. We know, according to the Intergovernment Climate Change Panel, that if we gain 1 degree more in temperature, additionally, 350 million inhabitants are going to face a water shortage, and if it moves to 2 degrees, this will increase to 411 million people. %60 of mammals, fish and reptiles have disappeared between 1970 to 2014. And all of this data, we don't have much time to get into in detail, but in the midst of all this, women are in a situation of inequality. According to the World Bank and others, 90% have at least one law that restricts the economic equality of women, and the right to men to own land is available in only to women in 27 countries, and in the countries where we do have those legal rights, we see, for example, the case of Costa Rica, where only 15.6% of women own property in their name. And so, in view of this, we need to see in which areas it is possible to make a difference. And we've identified 7 priority areas where it is possible to make a series of changes. Let's see the regulatory framework. And I was saying that there are already in the region a series of regulatory frameworks that are illegal in terms of the Santiago Commitment, Escazú Agreement, considered by the Environmental Counselor as the most important agreement of the last 20 years with regard to the environment and human rights. But also, we have made progress in adopting the gender approach to the Framework Convention of the UN. The Framework Convention is the only one that mentions biodiversity, desertification, and that is created without any mention of gender equality. However, as of 2008, there was a tremendous drive in many countries. Here, Berta Delgado mentioned the role played by Mexico, but many of the countries in this panel, we have worked with them, and today we have 81 mandates related to the agenda issue in the region, and also other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have made national efforts to devise plans of gender and climate change. Peru, Haiti, the Dominican Republic are examples of what's being done. And we also see in this new generation of NDCs and national contributions, nationally determined contributions, a relevant effort in the region to move ahead with gender. Nevertheless, there is still a lot to be done, and implementation is the great challenge. For example, it is important to review and revive national equality plans to reflect and implement some of these international mandates. It is necessary to study in depth the 2 gender action plans under the convention. It is necessary to study gender action plans on the Convention of Biodiversity and Desertification, and which are the actions and commitments that we are taking on with the Forum for the Generation of Equality, which is now being held right now. And in fact, study the more recent and nationally determined commitments. And we also have a need to elaborate further in terms of knowledge and data. And here are 2 areas. Environment has not included the gender approach in most statistics available, but the same is true for the main global indexes on gender. There is an approach, yes, but basically focus has been on land ownership, and in relation to climate change and gender, we must make further efforts. And our region in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the regions, unfortunately, with least evidence on this matter. The next. Now, some actions that could be made is to create associations with NGOs, academia, to identify and address knowledge gaps related to gender and climate change, and also to do research on the connections. The issue of climate change is very specific, and we lack so much knowledge. For example, what is the connection between gender and environmental factors in greenhouse gas emissions, land degradation, the loss of biodiversity, just to mention a few. The other priority area is capacity building, and this goes hand in hand with what we were saying regarding the development of knowledge. It is necessary to have specialized knowledge, and we need training, tailored training. Not all gender and climate change experts are experts in all areas covered by climate change. What we need is specialized training for energy, transportation, urbanism, integrated forest management, and all of this requires these specialized skills. So let's see what can be done in this sense. Now, one of the things that we've been talking about is that we need to have a pool of experts to truly help mechanisms in this area. In terms of developing these skills, we need to invest in developing specific modules for the various sectors, and also promote academic level the development of diploma courses on climate change, with special mention of indigenous women and Afro-descendants that are already working and living these issues. In the annexed area, this is a matter of representation and participation. This is one of the areas that we've made most progress at the international level. Not necessarily nationally, unfortunately, but we've seen a rise based on a series of mandates that mention the balance and parity. You can see the figures. In 2008, we went from 32 to 40%. Delegations from Latin America and the Caribbean were really parity at COP25, with a 42.4% of women in delegations, and we're still not doing very poorly in terms of the heads of delegation. But if Latin America and the Asia Pacific are the two regions that have appointed least women per regional groups, and so this is a very important area to work on. Next. We have devised a series of mandates under the convention that it is relevant that the women's mechanisms bear them in mind. For example, few countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have appointed a woman national delegate. There are funds to travel, so these delegates may attend the framework conventions, but it is necessary to know who they are and how they can access these resources. And also, many of the country positions taken lack the inclusion of the gender approach in the country position, and not all country negotiators know how to work on that. And then at national and subnational level, it is relevant to facilitate the participation of women in their full diversity in decision-making spheres related to climate change. Financing. We've spoken a lot about this. One of the areas where we have been working most on, women's groups, feminist groups, has been precisely in getting all financing mechanisms to date associated to climate change do have mandates in terms of policies or action plans. Unfortunately, and this Mariana Williams knows very well because we've worked a lot on this, the architecture of climate change financing has not been designed for more grassroots organizations to take part. And at the Equality Forum that we have been working, the issue of our direct access to these resources has been something that we've been discussing a lot. Now, what can be done? they must know in depth which are these gender policies and action plans for the various financing funds, the Green Fund, Adaptation Fund, CIFs, in order to then demand access to these resources and understand how this must be approached. But also, we need to understand the financial mesh linked to this at national level. Who are the focal points? Because for each fund, there is a national gender focal point with whom, as a rule, mostly men, it is necessary to work, and that the various women's groups may understand this. And then at international level, we're saying that maybe UN Women could be for the region ECLAC, that they may form an implementing agency to receive funds. And recently I say that I'm tired of running to put gender into what other people are doing in other projects. Maybe women could be trained in projects specifically for women with funds that could be assigned for this purpose. Now, the implementation, right now, this is the most relevant bottleneck that we have. How can we go from these 81 commitments that we have today to what is said under Escazú? We need a transformation to be able to move ahead in with this topic. It was said in the previous panel, the COVID-19 recovery plans, transformative recovery with equality and sustainability, offer tremendous possibilities to build a new future where gender equality is at the basis of this progressive structural change. But then the role of these MAMs is essential to have a system that would allow these MAMs to review and approve the projects in the light of what the funds have already identified as priority. We need to monitor the impact of these projects in relation to equality, but also facilitate the technical assistance. Many of the projects they do have the will to do it, but they don't know how to work on the gender issue in specific areas. And so we need to facilitate that technical assistance. We've tried it out with other conventions such as desertification. We've created a help desk, a gender line for helping many initiatives. And this has proven to be very fruitful. The results were good. And then accountability. This is the 7th priority area. It is imperative that we include gender to the reports to the UN Framework Convention. Each country devises their national reports, and we've made much progress with national commitments, but not in other areas. There are reports on mitigation and others, but since now we do have a gender focal point under the UN Framework Convention, they're constantly asking for voluntary reports or submissions. And Latin America has been one of the countries where there have been least voluntary reports or submissions on climate change and gender. But it is also relevant that MAM should include climate change in these reports to CEDAW and the Beijing platform. So that is all. Thank you very much. If you like, we can put up the last slide and at your service in case of any question or doubt. Thank you, Ana. Well, thank you very much, Lorena Aguilar, specialist, a negotiator with an ample trajectory in intersectional work related to gender equality and climate change. Well, this is the time for implementation of revisiting our equality plans, and several countries have been doing just this, getting into an NGOs and capacity building and the specialization that this requires. Well, I would like to say that precisely we are already working with the regional funds, giving them to women's and feminist organizations that will be under the chair of Chile as chair of presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women, and UN Women will be the organizer. So it would be excellent to have a contribution for actions related to gender equality and climate change from this relevant fund. Now, I would like to say that the document presented so briefly by Lorena Aguilar, we will be sharing it with you, authorities, ministers in the region, precisely to pick up your ideas, your feedback, but above all, in a second phase, what we would like to pick up are the promising practices that you have in your countries in these particular spheres, as Lorena has mentioned, in order to have this repository and work at a regional level to favor integration and greater participation in our response to climate change. Well, I am looking at the chat, and to date we have no questions, so I would like to say that we have received a video from Colombia. The Vice President from Colombia, Marta Lucia Rodriguez, was very interested to be here with us today. However, on account of technical issues in preparing the video, we will not be able to show it right now, but we will include it with the PowerPoint as well as the presentations in our summary and our web page of ECLAC for the conference. And so I would now like to open up for comments by our excellent panelists for a few final words in terms of the challenges for sustainable recovery with equality with regard to climate change. We've been talking about climate justice. We've been talking about opportunity in the Forum on Equality globally and regionally, and so we're going to hear you once again, beginning with the Minister for Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change of Jamaica, Mr. Pernell Charles. Go ahead.
Thursday.
The floor is yours, Minister. Creo que tenemos unos pequeños problemas técnicos mientras lo...
We have some technical problems, so while we solve them, we will continue now with Mrs. Marcela Guerrero, Minister of Women and President of INAM. Please, NAMU. Thank you very much again. I was remembering that in 2019, Dorian hurricane really devastated the whole Caribbean area. In 2015, in the COP, Paris COP, we spoke about the impacts that would be immediate I mean, what we are observing as a result of climate change. And of course, 4 years after the islands of the Caribbean suffered this devastation, it was no longer a forecast where populations of women were completely impacted. I want to make a call so that within this framework of this conference, we may lead not only the urgency as well expressed of enabling the gender action plan at different levels, but also a call on the impacts that certain regions of our continent, like Central America or the Caribbean islands, or some other regions, will be affected. I think it is not only an intergenerational responsibility of politically motivating for data recovery, intersectionality. I was saying that we have to make or translate those agreements into the territories in situ. And within the framework of this conference, it is key that we women assume a protagonist role in demanding actions from countries, not only from the gender perspective, but also about real data. The recovery of some of those islands, still, it's not a fact. Because the impact of nature was devastating. And I give this example not but I simply mention this to underline the major challenge we have in this area, to have one single voice, because there won't be enough money so as to solve or recover from nature disasters. In Costa Rica, every climate event is threefold more expensive than the previous one. So we need to have a strong voice vis-a-vis state and government. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for highlighting the vulnerability of our region, the Caribbean, of course, but our region, to the impact of climate change. Now, the Minister of Housing, Urban Development and Environment and Climate Change from Jamaica, and we have an intervention from Ecuador. So please go ahead, Minister of Jamaica.
Today. No problem. Today.
Ok. Listo. Ok. Bueno, entonces vamos a dar la palabra a Nelly Jacome.
We will now give the floor to Nelly Jacome from Ecuador. Please go ahead. Yes, good morning in Ecuador. Good afternoon to Chile. It's a pleasure to share with all the authorities present. I think it's quite timely to say that Ecuador is part of the pilot project that carries out the Global Support Program and actions that have been developed by UNDP in 10 countries. And the National Council for Gender Equality is leading the technical table of gender and climate change. It is horizontal, it is collective tables, so you have cooperation and different organizations to generate strategies supporting the policy generation. It is a space for exchange of experiences, training, and formulation of guidelines. And here, the formulation of an action plan for gender and climate change was supported. This is a technical and political planning and implementation tool that really address the gaps as to gender and human rights. And it makes an analysis of gender and LGBT populations, and there are different public policies like the gender equality. It is led by the National Institute of Gender Equality and Ministry of the Environment with the support of UNDP and CADE of the Latin American Institute that provided financing for this first phase of the plan, which is supplementary for the NTC, and at the same time will expand its impact on an inclusive policy in climate change. The main objective is to define national priorities in gender issues for managing climate change from qualitative and quantitative points of view, with sectors that have been historically excluded, like girls, rural, indigenous, Afro-Ecuadorian, lesbians, trans, migrant women, women with disability, women in science, and others. At the same time, groups of men and persons of LGBT that will contribute on this gender gap and climate change. This is along the lines of trying to have an integral, comprehensive approach and bring in those sectors that usually are the ones that are left out, especially in public policy formulation. I thought it was important to share this with all the persons here present. Thank you. Thank you. We are very interested. And please share this experience of Ecuador. We are trying to compile these best practices and with the UNDP support that in the NTC's national implementations. This is the type of practices that we would like to highlight. Before giving the floor to Lorena, I would like to ask Waldis Tudis Hurtado from Colombia. Do you want to take the floor? No. If she could be included as a panelist.
Okay. Valdés.
¿Aló? ¿Sí me
Adelante.
escuchan?
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to greet you all, especially you, Anna Westmith. I think it has been an excellent session. All the points that have been raised regarding the sustainability of different actions in order to prevent all this damage. So my recommendation in the chat that I wrote in the chat is that valuation, recognition, those actions conducted by Afro-descending women in the different territories that really become knowledge afterwards. And there is a knowledge transfer for them to be applied as transformative elements for conservation of the land, of the environment. So it's to take into account those actions implemented by them that they've done it empirically. But this is a matter of knowledge transfer. We need to acknowledge the contribution of indigenous Afro-descending communities for thousands and thousands of years. So it's important that in all the actions of public policy design and implementation on climate change to incorporate the voice of Afro-descending women of Latin America and the Caribbean, of indigenous women, of all their expertise in the territory. Being ancestral is a founding pillar for that transformation and design of public policies. So here we are present as women, raising that voice and recognizing the work that all those women are doing in the territories and raising their voices for this to be, for our participation to be a reality. Thank you very much. Thank you, Waldis Hurtado, for highlighting the expertise and wisdom of Afro-descending indigenous peoples and women in our region. I would like to give the floor to Guillermina Martin, colleague from the regional office of UNDP. Guillermina, you have the floor. Thank you. Special greetings to all the colleagues, particularly to Lorena and all the ministers from UNDP. For several years, we've been working in a major effort. It has been complicated to really accompany all the NCDC programs this year, that is 2020. Several countries have made special efforts that now we need to implement. As Lorena says, it's the year of implementation of transformation to include this gender perspective in all the programs. As the colleagues were saying, this is being done bottom up with different clinics, exchange and workshops in the regional conference of Santiago with ECLAC, UN Women and UNEP. We presented a document of best practices in climate change. We will be able to share it, and we do have an expert, Andrea, and all the colleagues that continue working on this. It's not an easy agenda, but we believe that 2021, both in Glasgow as in biodiversity discussions, we have to have one single, strong, unified voice. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Guillermina and UNDP, for all these accompaniments and what you are saying, especially this call to consolidate. The idea is to have one voice in the regional gender agenda, one robust voice with women and equality in the center. And to close now, Lorena Aguilar has the floor. Thank you, Anna. Greetings to Guillermina and colleagues from Ecuador. The work that is being done in different areas is so important, precisely trying to implement these hours and hours of negotiations we had in order to have the gender issue incorporated. The work that our colleagues have done with the NCDCs in the region is evident. It's now they are analyzing how much gender has been incorporated in the NCDCs. And we are all very anxious to know, but also what colleagues have said, like all this, we need to collect all these promising practices. We need to know how are we moving forward. We need to show that to work from a gender perspective, it is the adequate perspective when we are working in climate change. We make a difference. We can mobilize more than one of the sustainable development goals when we are working in the field. And this is the time. The time is here before all the recovery processes, before going back to a development model, before embracing a model that will have the environment and human beings in the center. We need to know human beings are diverse, and also we are agents of change. It's important to collect all these promising practices in order to prove that yes, we can, and that Latin America and the Caribbean is doing it. Thank you, Ana. Thank you. And here, Berta Cecilia Garcia Cienfuegos and everyone in the chat recognizes your contribution. Yes, the full participation and empowerment of girls and women is a condition for development in all of its dimensions, social, economic, and environmental, and definitely to take it up in the international consensuses, but especially at national implementation is our challenge. And as Minister Marcela Guerrero said, this is the time of prevention. We know the Caribbean first, with all the vulnerabilities you're facing. And we will be compiling all these practices, not only from governments, but also from women organizations and local organizations that will allow us to transform into concrete actions all these efforts that the region has displayed. Yesterday, Minister Salaquet reminded us that the time is now. The voices of women should be heard strong and clear. I think they are being heard. Together, we are more powerful. Chats and tweeters, so they say, and definitely this is an area where we will be contributing from ECLAC, from the Gender Issues Division. We wanted to include this panel in all the preparatory work of this conference held jointly with UN Women, with the chair of Chile. And with these hopes, with these calls to action, with this concern, we want transformation with equality and sustainability. And in the center of the recovery. So with all of this, I give back the floor to Chile as chair of the meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. I would like to thank also the very distinguished panel members. And of course, Anna, you've been an excellent moderator. Now, we move on to the different presentations of delegations. Please, as we have said before, we request you that please 5 minutes at most so in your interventions, and thus we can continue with the agenda. We thank the solidarity of the delegates in order to give time to all delegations. First, Peru.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Madam Chair, allow me first of all bring warm greetings from the Peruvian delegation as headed by our minister. In April 2019, we approved the first national policy on gender equality in January last year, we approved a strategic multi-sectorial plan for the implementation of that new law. Through these instruments, we have defined what is the structural discrimination. As a result, we have some important aspects that can change the lives of women and that can maybe diminish the differences between men and women. We can mention the violence against women. The pandemic has put to the test our system, and the measures adopted last year already under the pandemic were a series of measures to include the attention of accusations of violence against women with precautionary measures, with habeas corpus, and with different mechanisms. This was all implemented through our national system of for attention of violence against women. And this has all been strengthened by the necessary budget. Let me say that this system is made up by the judiciary, the public ministry, the police force, the Institute on Human Rights, amongst others. In 2020, and in following some accusations, we heard from the hotline 100 that has to do with gender. We were
Un total d'appels qui équivaut donc en 6 appels tous les jours au mois de janvier.
And by February this year, we have already attended different systems. Now, the violence against women has been included to the list in the list of essential services. We are now facing the pandemic with all essential services, and these have been strengthened with more attention and also attending others. The other problem that we are facing, and this pandemic has shown that we must look at other problems such as disappearing persons. We have thus a multi-sectorial effort as led by the Division on
L'unité d'opérabilité de nos systèmes, la formation des serviteurs.
System and protocol for the attention and we're looking then at the cases of young people, girls that have disappeared, as well as boys and adolescents that are victim of violence. Now, in talking about the preventive measures, in all ways, we are looking at cases on violation of human rights. Thus, there are some services that will be available where mainly women are present. Our agendas have been marked by the global pandemic. But let me say that we have been working.
Dime, ¿qué pasa?
Gender equality. There's a law to protect the rights of workers as well, according to the ILO 139 article. And we also have some laws that have to do with the parity parliament. And we also have changed the way the parliament positions are allocated and assigned in local levels. Let me also add that in climate change, gender equality, the women's organizations set up the National Committee for Women and Climate Change. This is open to the participation of many others. And this helps out women with climate change management. And finally, allow me to inform that in economic autonomy, last year we worked in order to set up networks of women, business women, as a strategy involving the three levels of government with processes to face discrimination and also to contribute for the inclusion of women in the economic recovery. We now have a network in all of the regions of the country with about more than 500 women participating. That is 119 professional associations and many, many entrepreneurial women. The health crisis and the post-COVID scenario requires much more, but it also gives us the opportunity to renew our commitment with equality. Our action, joint action, should mark our near future. And now I wish to greet the chair and Minister Salaket for the organization of this event. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. And now Chile and then Panama. I will now talk as a head of the Chilean government, a Chilean delegation, to bring you some of the things that we are conducting on behalf of the Santiago Commitment and the Permiten. We are trying to include gender in all COVID action. We have had a focus on women, and there's a strategy for the recovery, encouraging the participation of women in the main sectors to give dynamism to the economy. We have, in all of this, a participative focus. We're now having a multidisciplinary group with women from different sectors, from the academia, private, public, professional associations, Congress women, and others. This council is formulating short and long-term answers with a gender response to face the pandemic in three fields: protection, that is violence against women, access to health, economic or financial aid, and care. Other countries, as in other countries in the region, COVID has made our progress return to a whole decade back. In January of 2020, we had the participation of women at a historic level of more than 50, and right now it's at 40%. Almost 900,000 women lost their jobs. And the unpaid work, household work for women during the pandemic is another factor that makes many of the women abandon their own paid work. So for the current administration of President Piñero, the preservation of jobs for women has been crucial in the government. Let me just mention some of these initiatives. We have encouraged a law to protect the jobs of heads of households who are in charge of children. The job subsidy in order to reach up to 1,000,000 jobs. And this is especially for women, youngsters, and people with disability. And Chile Protege, that will reach more than 75,000 working women, both dependent and independent, and with children below 2 years of age that do not have insured a care for their children by their boss. The gender perspective is also being witnessed by the corporation, leading aid to more than 1,000 SMEs, especially those led by women, with the support of the business. With these measures, we have been trying to help the most vulnerable sectors of the country, and 40% of these are led by women. As we just heard from Undersecretary Valdivia, Chile is still leading throughout the world the strategy towards the pandemic with the gender perspective. We are doing this with the development of capabilities and with encouragement of foreign trade. We already signed free trade agreements that include gender perspective with Brazil, Canada, and Uruguay, and we are ongoing in the negotiations with other partners such as Paraguay and the European Association for Free Change. We also have global agreements with the General Group on inclusive trade with Canada and New Zealand. And together with a roadmap, we are now trying to get women to be more empowered within the framework of the Pacific Alliance. On the other hand, now that technology is so important and the digital revolution is pushing ahead so fast, we must have decisive action to reduce the digital gap, giving tools for the women so that they may be protagonists in this new digital economy. One of the priorities of our ministry has to do with helping out women through initiatives such as partnership with IDB, creating a community for training on digital techniques. And this covers technical tools and soft skills as well, so that they may be at the forefront of this new technology, giving room for the creation of networks of women, businesswomen. Now, current year, we will reach 1,200 women with that program. The program, Digital Women, in the first version benefited more than 12,000 women, and that is an online free course having to do with digital tools and more knowledge. And that is for all women who are interested in entering the industry of technology and with innovation. 1 month ago, we opened up new courses, and we already have many women enrolled. At the same time, we have taken advantage of technology in order to go into new means of attention for those who are suffering from COVID. We have silent channels such as ChatWeb and WhatsApp, so as to reach the women who have been locked down. Likewise, the public ministry has made available a digital channel for receiving accusations of violence against women. There's another channel that will allow for the renewal of precautionary measures for survivors of gender violence. On the other hand, internationally, we have led the action on technology under the Forum Technology Inequality. We are therefore identifying priority actions in order to narrow the digital gap. Soon, in the forum to be held in March in Mexico, we will launch a series of actions that are destined to help out diminishing that gap. You are all invited to be there. And now, as we already said, we will encourage a regional partnership for the digitalization of women in the region. This in order to reduce the gender gap in access, development of skills, and use of technology and information amongst women and girls, and involving women in the digital culture. For Chile and for our ministry, it is of the utmost importance that the commitment coming from Santiago will be translated in concrete initiatives that will become a pillar in the middle of the post-COVID strategy. We believe that this kind of initiative, and with the many others that have come up in this very fruitful meeting, we'll be able to have a transforming recovery with the gender equality to rebuild post-COVID in a more inclusive, sustainable fashion. Thank you. In order to continue, we now give the floor to Panama and then Dominican Republic. Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Panama, I wish to bring greetings. And now, I'd like to say that we're going through difficult times where the governments are pushing on policies to give more opportunities for women in all fields, economic, social, and political. Undoubtedly, the implementation of a public policy that will try to deal with the inequality and social exclusion, we wish to come with a concrete action that will favor human rights and that will empower women, always recognizing her recognition and recognizing her importance. I am sure that we in our countries, in our region, have the political will. This has been consigned in all international documents, as well as in the consensus of the Regional Conference for Women. And this will allow us to make these structural changes that are so needed and that are inclusive for women. Thus, all will have access to a good job, to health, to land, to credits, to science and technology, to food security, to joint responsibility in the care of the relatives, and to a life free of violence. Even though it is true that the pandemic, because of COVID, does not respect genders, still this crisis has affected so much the economy and in the social fields, and thus it has once more shown gender equalities that exist in our countries. In Panama, it is also a fact. This new juncture is changing. It is also quite fickle. So we're now facing a tremendous challenge. We in Panama, in the government, have not saved efforts to try to solve this situation. We have a system, Protege Panama. We have now coordinated many divisions, the Secretariat on Women, on Family, the National Police, Public Ministries, UN Women, and the National Institute for Women. And here we have set up a single system in each one of these dependencies in order to attend all of the questions and to guide the citizenship.
Likewise, we continue with telephone calls and helping more than 1.5 million users with a message. Remember, you are not alone in this pandemic. At institutional level, the National Women's Institute joined the platform Transrobin in order to provide women victims of domestic violence other alternatives to report acts of violence, allowing the victims as well as their relatives to report or directly. These are immediately taken up by a special platform to those in charge. And in the country, we also have areas for institutional coordination in partnership with local governments presided by the National Institute for Women in order to strengthen actions to be able to diagnose in terms of prevention and also responding to gender violence in the country, as well as an integral care in areas of difficult access. And also, it is important to say the availability of this line 182 for emergency calls. Police action. We are monitoring reports of domestic violence, measures for protection awarded, as well as other crimes in terms of the legal family and the civil status. And the Ministry for Social Development has a gender parity initiative in Panama, a public-private partnership to promote good practices to close economic gender gaps. In the leadership group, there is involvement by various public agencies as well as the private sector and strategic partners, the president of multilateral agencies and public and civil society organizations. The strategy focuses on 3 specific topics: increasing the labor participation of women, making visible and reducing the wage gender gaps, as well as promoting the participation of women. Panama has carried out a series of measures for economic reactivation with the gender approach in order to minimize differentiating impact of the pandemic caused by COVID-19. In order to face major economic needs, the state has implemented the Solidarity Panama program that involves giving support to the Panamanians and foreigners to cover basic food needs, hygienic products, and others while the state of emergency lasts. This is nationwide, and since the start of the pandemic, official data shows 1.7 million people that benefited so far. And also we have provided 4.8 million solidarity packages totaling $113 million and also 3.1 million bonuses, physical for a value of $294 million, and so also 7 million in digital goods that have been certified directly according to People's ID, and also helps for SMEs and companies owned by women. These are all measures to reactivate and strengthen the labor participation of women. In order to achieve effective equality between men and women, we have a recognition for the companies that join the Gender Parity Initiative. These companies do a self-diagnosis using a tool based on the principles for women's empowerment, and based on the outcomes, the companies devise an action plan in order to drive measures to improve the women's participation. Also, there's another program called Women Entrepreneurs, furthered by the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and addressing business women to promote and strengthen capacities of all business women. And in order to encourage the participation of women in the labor market, we are carrying out a series of cooperation initiatives with the Secretariat for Innovation. The program is called Science Pioneers and makes science women visible. And also, we can talk about the reduction of digital gaps, because this is still an essential aspect And especially in this new scenario when working from home would seem to be more the rule than the exception. And so, maintaining our biosafety protocols, we have info plazas in order to make sure that everyone has internet access. Rural women, this has also been an area of focus, but in our country, at the Ministry of Labor, we have a pilot program for community economic development, and that trains in administration, use of social media, cooperativism, and digitalization in general. We cannot overlook the exposure of working women in health, overrepresented in the first line in nursing. The government of Panama has ensured all measures for risk prevention are respected, passed by the Ministry of Health. They've been given of special protection equipment, rapid tests, and others that are essential for their work. We also have management policies in these areas, reducing the working day and strengthening the payroll, as also providing quality care for people for their dependents. Although all of these are just some of the measures implemented by the government of Panama as part of the commitments taken on at the 14th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, there is still a lot to be done. It is more than before, of course. But before it wasn't even considered in our policies, the issue of economic autonomy of women, such as the regularization of working from home. All of this has become indispensable today. And to conclude, I would like to reaffirm the commitment of the government of Panama to speed up the effective implementation of mechanisms to include women in their full diversity in public life, as well as the eradication of all forms of violence that may affect them, ensuring their empowerment and moving ahead for equal opportunities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nelly, and we congratulate Panama. And now we recognize the delegation of the Dominican Republic, followed by Brazil. This is Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for UN Women. Mónica Salaquet, Minister for Women and Gender Equity of Chile, and as Chair of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference, Mr. Andrés Alamán, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile, ministers and representatives of cooperation agencies, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Constitutional President of the Republic, Luis Abinader Corona, and my own, I would like to express our solidarity at the loss of life, pain, and suffering caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and our readiness to join efforts so that as a region we may united face the major economic, social, and health challenges ahead. The challenges imposed by the Santiago Consensus in order to achieve the autonomy of women are even more important today on account of the havoc created by the pandemic. But this same consensus contributes elements in order to move ahead. As part of our country response, our government passed a special provision in the 2020 budget for the Ministry of Women equivalent to 26% in order to ensure the expansion and improvement of the quality of services for violence, including the opening of 12 new shelters. And also, we drafted and implemented a strategic plan for a life free of violence for women, adolescents, and girls 2020-2024. Likewise, we have worked to improve access to justice and ensure the protection of women at risk of violence. For this, we created a specialized body within our national police force, and we determined and began to implement a policy for integral redress of women victims of violence that includes, among other aspects, a monetary transfer for victims living at high risk of social and economic vulnerability. These cash transfers are the highest given by the Dominican state among all its social policies, equivalent to 74% of the average minimum wage in the country. When the Santiago Consensus was adopted, 12% of our girls were victims of child marriage, and therefore one of the first legislative initiatives promoted by this administration, and that was subsequently approved by the National Congress and the President of the Republic, was the law to prohibit the law that allowed child marriage and unions at an early age. And also another law was passed for the prevention, care, reparation, and sanction for the eradication of violence against women, and which will be sent to Congress in coming days by the President of the Republic. And to ensure an integral response, multidisciplinary, systematic, and coordinated for violence, a cabinet for women was created, focusing on adolescents and girls. Adolescent pregnancy represents a major challenge in the Dominican Republic, and so therefore we have an action plan that will direct institutional and budgetary efforts necessary in terms of education. And we're working together with the Ministry of Education in order to include integral rights with the gender approach within the education curriculum. The government has implemented this year, they increased by 40% the general budget for the Ministry of Women in order to strengthen its role as a guiding entity of public policy in favor of the rights of women. And likewise, in terms of the economy, measures have been adopted to ensure the inclusion of women in social protection policies and employment, same as the stay-at-home program that was created for people living in poverty and vulnerability. And likewise, to reduce poverty gaps and the impact of COVID-19 through the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and with the collaboration of the Andalusian Agency for International Cooperation for Development, this has benefited 1,646 women via investment for development of SMEs. And lastly, I would not like to end without expressing the firm commitment by the government of the Dominican Republic with the Regional Fund for support of women and feminist organizations. Thank you very much. Very well, we thank the Dominican Republic for their intervention and now recognize the delegation of Brazil, followed by Uruguay. Brazil, the delegation of Brazil. If not, we will move on to the delegation of Uruguay and then back to Brazil. Are you ready? Yes, there is Brazil. Please go ahead. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Thank you, Minister. Brazil declines the opportunity to comment in this panel, but we would like to speak in the next one. Very well. In that case, we recognize Uruguay. You have the floor, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? As I say, good afternoon, everyone. Uruguay, as you know, has, in the recent year, has been very special. Because in the last days of the previous administration, that was when the CEPAL commitment was reached, and then the administration changed. At 11 days, we had to declare the pandemic, and this has led. Well, it was a very difficult landing for the new government. And this has affected everyone, of course, as we all know. And so it's not been easy to determine strategies. And we've had to give priority to all of the public services in response to the pandemic. But the policy for response, of course, has encompassed women in Uruguay. And so, on the one hand, this has included policies for urgent response, and that have included the gender approach and also responses in social terms, mainly focused on food.
Not only for highly vulnerable homes, but also those homes with informal work. And we know that a high percentage of women were left out of the labor market because employment rates have declined given the needs of care in the family, in the household, and also because we know that women in this crisis situation are the most affected and impacted in labor decline. We responded through the Ministry of Social Development, implementing a system of food baskets and significant increase of the social card, the Uruguayan card that was increased and reinforced also. The different items and amounts were increased of family benefits that involves 91% of women. 91% are women card holders. So a plan was implemented for single parent homes led by women. They were the priority, and I don't want to belabor, but at the same time, the food allocations were trebled in order to reach food coverage to the whole country. Although these were not gender-specific policies, but we know that among the poor, there is a significantly higher percentage of women, and among the unemployed, a higher percentage of women, and vulnerability, a higher percentage of women. However, these plans were improved, enhanced, increased, and were designed bearing in mind the gender perspective. Therefore, the holders, as I said, of these social cards are mothers of the family. As to gender policies proper, these measures in the first phase of the pandemic, I think we all prepared. We were able, at least in Uruguay, we didn't have mandatory lockdown, but rather because this could lead to domestic violence. In Uruguay, the rates of gender violence, the index or rate is very high in Uruguay. I think we ranked number 3 of the highest rates insofar as gender violence. So what I'm saying, it's not that this situation came to an end, but rather what we did not expect and we early verified is that the great burden of care on women. At the first moment, we didn't have this in mind, so we had to react. And in the first months of the pandemic, we adopted a measure of 20% increase in income to invest in response to gender violence. In a system of consultation and guidelines and advice and counseling, telephone call centers, and this starting this March, will be 24 hours, 7 days a week. Of course, the police response there has been also adapted for this situation. However, at the beginning, we didn't have these services, but we are now. Response services in gender violence, the teams or the service was remote service, but with the same quality levels they had in the pre-pandemic time. We have 33 services in Uruguay. We have a good digital connection allowing for access of almost 100% of the population to virtual care and assistance. And also we have in the food program considered gender focus. And we have almost 100% of coverage on that as well, food. I wanted to say that the Ministry of Public Health has adopted all measures. And it is important to say that psychological counseling was implemented for all people in isolation or with depression as a result of the pandemic or labor family situations. This service has reached out 80% of the population and has proven the need of implementing a mental health policy in the package of post-pandemic. It's key to have that psychological counseling item. And the National Institute of Women, in addition to this combating violence, has also created a division of economic autonomy, and we will be receiving 3 projects for promotion and support of economic initiatives with women in the center as entrepreneurs, and at the same time all that is care has been considered in the economic autonomy division or line of work. Within this economic autonomy division that began a few months ago, this has been presented at the Mercosur meeting, and now this is extended to Latin America and the Caribbean through this channel. The proposal of including gender clauses in the free trade agreements, as it is the case of Uruguay and Chile, also in Mercosur. And the idea is that any free trade or trade agreement between countries to include gender clauses in order to increase the number of women economic agents in international trade. Also, with the Ministry of Labor, we are working on digital programs addressed to women, but also has to do with labor training and beginning of entrepreneurial initiatives. Also in the division of care, within the Department of Economic Autonomy. The idea is to generate knowledge and statistics linked to the unpaid domestic work so as to assign a true value and be able to design more complete policies focused in the value and making visible this unpaid domestic work of women. That is why this year we will begin implementing the second national survey of use of time. And with that, we will have a clear picture of the new situations resulting from the COVID pandemic or post-COVID. As one last line of work is that the idea is to mainstream the gender women issues in all the areas of government. If we don't do that, it's going to be very difficult to achieve the goals. And women that are part of women organizations, we will fight our national battles or political party battles or with other areas in government in the country so that gender issues be taken as fundamental in the political arena. So they will know that they have a gender mechanism among parliamentarians or MPs, and we are ready and willing to support all the colleagues of the continent. And that is why it is key in order to trace and maintain economic autonomy policies, but at the same time improving the democracy. Therefore, we need to work on mechanisms that will guarantee the equal participation of women. And several bills will be submitted to the Uruguayan Parliament and will begin in the second semester a Center for Training of Political Leaders addressing community women, community leaders, and they have claimed once and again their interest in participating but that they lack tools insofar as training in order to achieve that objective. Those are our lines of work that to the extent possible in COVID, we have been able to implement them, and we are confident that we will fully implement them this year, and at the same time hope to meet each one of you and be able to carry out concrete policies in order to reach a democracy with equality for men and women. Thank you, Minister Salaquet. Thank you, Monica. We appreciate the intervention of Uruguay. And now Nicaragua has the floor. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I'm with colleague Marta Ruiz, Minister of Secretariat for Public Policies of the Presidency. We both extend a fraternal greeting from the people of Nicaragua and from the President Commander Daniel Ortega and the Vice President Rosario Murillo to all the authorities and delegations present in this 60th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Government of Reconciliation and National Unity committed to human rights promotes a development model that has generated significant results in the social, political, and economic and productive sphere. For example, in matters of empowerment, We were 97 in the year 2006 to number 5 in the world, the first one in America for the year 2020, according to the gender report of the World Data Economic Forum. We advanced in reducing the gender gap in 80%. Nicaragua, within the framework of the Santiago Commitment and responding to international instruments in rights of women, has continued implementing affirmative action to guarantee to free and universal quality and humanized health, the right to universal access to education, housing, security, production, economic autonomy, and credit for all. Institutions of state and government in charge of seeing to the rights of women are in constant articulation to work for prevention of violence in all of its forms. Likewise, we guarantee the access to justice with the purpose of protecting the life of women and to the principles of equality and non-discrimination. During 2020, we have continued with the strengthening of our legal framework in criminal matters so as safeguard the decent life of women and family with perpetual imprisonment for those that commit crimes against women. Likewise, a special law of cybercrime was adopted, guaranteeing the Nicaraguan population the protection of automated services, sanctioning all the digital crimes against sexual integrity. We continue developing the campaign Women for Life, for Peace and Good and Well-being. And there, the human rights and violence prevention has been included, has included coverage. Likewise, we have trained the team, and also we have a large proportion of women in the police, in the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Health, and we have a call center for reporting sexual and domestic violence and maternity. We have increased the maternal leave and health. In July of 2020, the Center of Chemotherapy and Palliative Care was opened, providing 6,386 cares to patients with cancer, and a large percentage of them are women. Medical care was given to 10,000 women with disability through 1,800 or 186,000 visits, 348 references to hospitals, 500 surgeries, and in our Ministry of Education also a protocol has been promoted to accompany boys, girls, adolescents in situation of migration so as to move ahead and advance in equity and access. Likewise, especially school environments have been adapted for disabled persons as part of inclusive education.
So as to the recovery, we have had in 2020 the strengthening of the productive capability of 600,000 women in the countryside and the cities. That is 67% of the women that is encouraging the government. By 2020, this ministry set up 35,000 family plantations at home. This ministry has also been able to train 11,000 women who are developing agricultural businesses. 2,092 women with disabilities have participated actively in congresses and in fairs in order to sell their products. We have gotten 123 100,000 women to have access to markets to trade their and sell their products. Our government insists on our commitment to continue to work on behalf of all and in meeting SDGs that will definitely decrease the social inequality gap. Thank you. Thank you very much. We thank Nicaragua. Delegates, we thank you all for your presentations, and we now close this panel on the Santiago Agreement. We now will have a lunch pause that will take half hour. So we'll be back here at 3:30 Chilean time in order to continue with our next panel. We thank you all. Please be punctual in order to be able to finish on time. Thank you. We'll see you after lunch.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin American Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19, that deal with the economic and social effects of the crisis, as well as sectorial publications on specific topics such as the production of statistics, the right to life and health of older people, people with disabilities, the region's food systems, digitization opportunities, the care system, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the New Global Context, among other topics. This economic and social analysis will be updated as relevant information related to the COVID-19 pandemic emerges. Visit the ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ICLAC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ICLAC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies, and technical assistance to the countries that request it. The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs, institutional frameworks for social policy, youth and social inclusion, and regional and sub-regional commitments in social development. Through its Social Development Division, ICLAC publishes, updates, and expands these bases, which are available to governments and the general public.
The Statistical Conference of the Americas of ICLAC is a subsidiary body of the Commission, whose mandates include promoting the development and improvement of national statistics and their international comparability, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission, the specialized agencies, and other organizations. The mandates of the conference also include the promotion of international, regional, and bilateral cooperation between national offices and international and regional organizations, as well as the preparation of a biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities that, subject to the availability of resources, responds to the demands of the countries of the region. The Strategic Plan 2015-2025 of the conference establishes as main lines of action the institutional strengthening and leadership role of national statistical offices, the development of human resources and statistical production to ensure their quality, and regional and international coordination and cooperation for the development of official statistics in the region. The 10th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to be held from the 19th to the 21st November 2019, will bring together authorities and representatives of the national statistical offices and national statistical systems of ICLAC member countries to discuss the future of economic statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, among other topics.
At present, Latin America is home to 826 indigenous peoples, which, by the year 2010, included nearly 45 million people, accounting for 8% of the region's population. The countries with the greatest proportion of indigenous peoples are Bolivia, Guatemala, Peru, and Mexico. There is huge diversity among indigenous peoples, with some remaining in voluntary isolation and others coexisting in big cities. Brazil has the greatest amount of indigenous peoples, followed by Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. Indigenous peoples represent one of the most disadvantaged groups in the region and have suffered the systematic loss of their lands, with severe consequences to their well-being. Nevertheless, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has found some progress in recent years related to the recognition of their territorial rights and political participation. There have also been improvements in their living conditions, with greater access to healthcare and education. The United Nations has championed the promotion of indigenous peoples' rights and relies on 3 special resources for this purpose: a permanent forum, experts, a special rapporteur. At a regulatory level, indigenous peoples are protected by Convention number 169 of the International Labor Organization of 1989, which recognized their rights as peoples for the first time, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples of 2007, which considers these peoples' rights to self-determination. In the context of these efforts, ECLAC calls for the region's countries to put policies in practice to end inequalities suffered by indigenous peoples. Policies based on human rights standards and the perspectives and contributions of these peoples. This is crucial for the construction of a new development agenda beyond 2015, with equality at its heart.
The SDG Gateway is a web platform aiming to become a key factor for coordination and availability of the regional assets of the United Nations system in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main goal of this online knowledge management center is to serve as a meeting point and reference to all the information related to the Sustainable Development Goals, including activities, informational resources, statistics, regional data, specific analytic tools, and knowledge products developed and provided by the United Nations Development System in the region in response to its member countries. Visit this important multi-stakeholder platform and get to know more about this online regional knowledge management center. The COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean is a platform promoted by ECLAC at the request of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. The observatory tracks the public policies that Latin American and Caribbean countries are implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19, that deal with the economic and social effects of the crisis, as well as sectorial publications on specific topics such as the production of statistics, the right to life and health of older people, people with disabilities, the region's food systems, digitization opportunities, the care system, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the New Global Context, among other topics. This economic and social analysis will be updated as relevant information related to the COVID-19 pandemic emerges. Visit the ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ICLEC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ICLEC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies, and technical assistance to the countries that request it. The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs, institutional frameworks for social policy, youth and social inclusion, and regional and sub-regional commitments in social development. Through its Social Development Division, ICLEC publishes, updates, and expands these bases, which are available to governments and the general public.
The Statistical Conference of the Americas of ICLEC is a subsidiary body of the Commission, whose mandates include promoting the development and improvement of national statistics and their international comparability, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission, the specialized agencies, and other organizations. The mandates of the conference also include the promotion of international, regional, and bilateral cooperation between national offices and international and regional organizations, as well as the preparation of a biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities that, subject to the availability of resources, responds to the demands of the countries of the region. The Strategic Plan 2015-2025 of the conference establishes as main lines of action the institutional strengthening and leadership role of national statistical offices, the development of human resources and statistical production to ensure their quality, and regional and international coordination and cooperation for the development of official statistics in the region. The 10th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to be held from the 19th to the 21st November 2019, will bring together authorities and representatives of the national statistical offices and national statistical systems of ICLEC member countries to discuss the future of economic statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, among other topics.
At present, Latin America is home to 826 indigenous peoples, which, by the year 2010, included nearly 45 million people, accounting for 8% of the region's population. The countries with the greatest proportion of indigenous peoples are Bolivia, Guatemala, Peru, and Mexico. There is huge diversity among indigenous peoples, with some remaining in voluntary isolation and others coexisting in big cities. Brazil has the greatest amount of indigenous peoples, followed by Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. Indigenous peoples represent one of the most disadvantaged groups in the region and have suffered the systematic loss of their lands, with severe consequences to their well-being. Nevertheless, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has found some progress in recent years related to the recognition of their territorial rights and political participation. There have also been improvements in their living conditions, with greater access to healthcare and education. The United Nations has championed the promotion of indigenous peoples' rights and relies on 3 special resources for this purpose: a permanent forum, experts, a special rapporteur. At a regulatory level, indigenous peoples are protected by Convention number 169 of the International Labor Organization of 1989, which recognized their rights as peoples for the first time, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples of 2007, which considers these peoples' rights to self-determination. In the context of these efforts, ECLAC calls for the region's countries to put policies in practice to end inequality suffered by indigenous peoples. Policies based on human rights standards and the perspectives and contributions of these peoples. This is crucial for the construction of a new development agenda beyond 2015, with equality at its heart.
The SDG Gateway is a web platform aiming to become a key factor for coordination and availability of the regional assets of the United Nations system in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main goal of this online knowledge management center is to serve as a meeting point and reference to all the information related to the Sustainable Development Goals, including activities, informational resources, statistics, regional data, specific analytic tools, and knowledge products developed and provided by the United Nations Development System in the region in response to its member countries. Visit this important multi-stakeholder platform and get to know more about this online regional knowledge management center. The COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean is a platform promoted by ECLAC at the request of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. The observatory tracks the public policies that Latin American and Caribbean countries are implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19 that deal with the economic and social effects of the crisis, as well as sectorial publications on specific topics such as the production of statistics, the right to life and health of older people, people with disabilities, the region's food systems, digitization opportunities, the care system, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the New Global Context, among other topics. This economic and social analysis will be updated as relevant information related to the COVID-19 pandemic emerges. Visit the ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ICLEC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ICLEC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies, and technical assistance to the countries that request it. The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs, institutional frameworks for social policy, youth and social inclusion, and regional and sub-regional commitments in social development. Through its Social Development Division, ICLEC publishes, updates, and expands these bases, which are available to governments and the general public.
The Statistical Conference of the Americas of ICLEC is a subsidiary body of the Commission, whose mandates include promoting the development and improvement of national statistics and their international comparability. Bear in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission, the specialized agencies, and other organizations. The mandates of the conference also include the promotion of international, regional, and bilateral cooperation between national offices and international and regional organizations, as well as the preparation of a biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities that, subject to the availability of resources, responds to the demands of the countries of the region. The Strategic Plan 2015-2025 of the conference establishes as main lines of action the institutional strengthening and leadership role of national statistical offices, the development of human resources and statistical production to ensure their quality, and regional and international coordination and cooperation for the development of official statistics in the region. The 10th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to be held from the 19th to the 21st November 2019, will bring together authorities and representatives of the national statistical offices and national statistical systems of ICLEC member countries to discuss the future of economic statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, among other topics.
At present, Latin America is home to 826 indigenous peoples, which, by the year 2010, included nearly 45 million people, accounting for 8% of the region's population. The countries with the greatest proportion of indigenous peoples are Bolivia, Guatemala, Peru, and Mexico. There is huge diversity among indigenous peoples, with some remaining in voluntary isolation and others coexisting in big cities. Brazil has the greatest amount of indigenous peoples, followed by Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. Indigenous peoples represent one of the most disadvantaged groups in the region and have suffered the systematic loss of their lands, with severe consequences to their well-being. Nevertheless, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has found some progress in recent years related to the recognition of their territorial rights and political participation. There have also been improvements in their living conditions, with greater access to healthcare and education. The United Nations has championed the promotion of indigenous peoples' rights and relies on 3 special resources for this purpose: a permanent forum, experts, a special rapporteur. At a regulatory level, indigenous peoples are protected by Convention number 169 of the International Labor Organization of 1989, which recognized their rights as peoples for the first time, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples of 2007, which considers these peoples' rights to self-determination. In the context of these efforts, ECLAC calls for the region's countries to put policies in practice to end inequality suffered by indigenous peoples. Policies based on human rights standards and the perspectives and contributions of these peoples. This is crucial for the construction of a new development agenda beyond 2015, with equality at its heart.
The SDG Gateway is a web platform aiming to become a key factor for coordination and availability of the regional assets of the United Nations system in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main goal of this online knowledge management center is to serve as a meeting point and reference to all the information related to the Sustainable Development Goals, including activities, informational resources, statistics, regional data, specific analytic tools, and knowledge products developed and provided by the United Nations Development System in the region in response to its member countries. Visit this important multi-stakeholder platform and get to know more about this online regional knowledge management center. The COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean is a platform promoted by ECLAC at the request of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. The observatory tracks the public policies that Latin American and Caribbean countries are implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of
Hola, buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Por favor, antes de empezar la sesión.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say that all of those interested in taking the floor, you can put in your chat your name, organization, and country. Thank you.
Bueno, les doy la
I welcome you to this special session of the Regional Consultation of Latin America and the Caribbean prior to the 65th session of the Commission of the Legal and Social Status of Women. This year is the participation of women and adoption of decisions fully and effectively in public sphere and elimination of violence towards the consolidation of parity democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean. I have the honor and pleasure to introduce dear Maria Noel Baeza. She needs no introduction. However, she is the Regional Director of UN Women for the Americas and the Caribbean. She has a long-standing expertise in leadership positions regionally and globally in the UN, clearly Director of the Division of Programs at Headquarters of UN Women, Director of UNOPS, Regional Director of UNOPS for Latin America and the Caribbean, and several positions in UNDP. Formerly, she participated in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay. She is PhD in Law and Social Sciences of the Republic of Uruguay and Masters in Public Policies of Hopkins University, Washington, D.C. Maria Noel, you have the floor. Thank you, Minister. It is a pleasure Sorry, the audio is not coming. Sorry. I want to greet all the ministers and high authorities and national mechanisms of women foreign ministries and delegations that are members of the presiding officers. Special greetings to my dear colleagues of ECLAC and all the colleagues of Cecilia Alemani, Assistant Regional Director, special greetings to Anna Westma. Also, I would like to greet feminist women organizations and colleagues from other UN agencies. And Beatriz has been our consultant, and the document we are going to present has led that study. And I'm sorry, there are audio issues. it's impossible to interpret. Sorry, it's impossible to interpret. It, yes, it's very much interrupted. The voice, if you stop the camera, maybe with that you, if you can take the background, take it off. I turned off the camera. Now it's perfect. So, can you hear me now? Yes? Yes, now it's quite clear. So without any background. In recent years, UN Women has promoted the existence of these regional consultations. That is why we are so grateful that this year be jointly with ECLAC, our strategic partner in all the gender topics, because this process towards the global world, towards SSCW global, it's important for our region to move forward with one consensus, one single voice. Historically, it has always been like that. As a region, we've always had a commitment, reaffirming the commitments that had emerged out of our regional conferences. Here we have the Montevideo Agreement and the Santiago Commitment, among others. So we will continue to strengthen the role of women in politics from our Latin American region. It's important that during these 2 days of consultation and in March in CCW, so that we can strengthen actions in order to accelerate parity, participation and diversity of women in decision-making and public life. Still, there is very little participation, only 30% of parliamentary women. We have no president in Latin America as a woman, only in Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. We do have some vice presidents in Latin America, but still we don't have that role model in our presidential we had it, but we lost it. And this year we have 13 electoral processes that will allow us to have women leading the destiny and fate of countries.
Now, we have indeed progressed with the approval of this, and there are other 8 countries that approved parity laws. We have intersectional agreements. We have different laws to eradicate this kind of issue. We have different legal frameworks in different countries to promote leadership and the participation of women. But we still do not have what we want, which is that true parity. We do have a golden opportunity with the Chile's constitutional system, but it must be parity. That is, the drafters should be also following that parity. We have a wonderful chance as Latin America, as usual, to go forward with innovation and to promote the political participation of women. I also wish to mention the quota law from Argentina. Since 91, that was the first country in the region to put that into law. We also have parity in different frameworks. In Mexico, this year, we have full parity. It's going to be a wonderful electoral process where women are going to have the opportunity to be elected at all levels of government. This year, Mexico will be an example, a role model for the rest of the world on how parity can be achieved at all echelons of the government. these processes are coming to party have been articulated thanks to the joint efforts of feminist movements and networks of political women, as well as other partnerships for the making up of democratic parity. But there's still much to do. Let me give you some figures. 69% of men take up the lower chambers. 71% of men take up the ministerial cabinets. 68% of men are in the Supreme Courts of Justice, and 85% of men are mayors in our region. These are high figures. And that means that we're not close to parity there. We must dream large. We must do everything possible so that this road towards equal opportunities may come to fruition, free of violence and with intersectorial focus. The equal participation in decision making becomes an urgent priority for the quality of our democracies. In last year, we saw the social demand for more inclusive democracy, and that goes through parity. That is why it's so important that we raise our common voices. All women of Latin America and the Caribbean should demand this parity participation of women in order to have a different development perspective, counting on multiple visions in decision making, allow for more sustainable governance. It allows us to respond better to crises with different points of view because we are different. We women are different. And let me say that the global participation of 21 heads of state are women in the world, and they have had better management of the health system than men. And that can be seen in countries such as New Zealand, Norway, Iceland, who have had a different management of the crisis, and they are solving it in a different way as well. We must then analyze what are these characteristics that make women great leaders. As at the beginning I said, there are 13 countries in the region which in the pandemic will hold elections, will have full exercise of political rights to vote. And that is a great opportunity for us women to raise our voices in these 13 countries. Let us not forget about the importance of leaving no one behind, that we should really crumble the structural barriers that still isolate us women. Then let us also watch for the care system. We've heard so much, and I loved it when Alicia proposed the society and when she said that the overload of the care system falls on the shoulders of women, and thus they cannot participate. And why not? Violence, gender violence, in physical or non-physical means that get women to run away from politics because there's so much violence that sometimes they just desist. We cannot forget unequal access to technology, to health, to education. In short, this pandemic has affected us tremendously more than other groups of the population. We have to see how to get rid of it. This session has to do with parity, inclusive participation in the region. And you will see the document that Beatriz will submit to us. And I hope everyone agrees with the document, and so that we can lead it forward to CCW. And here we see the diversity of women's and the intersectorial aspect. Tomorrow, we will hope to adopt the declaration you're all aware of, and we're very happy at that women's democratic parity is at the core. And we also wish to recognize the contribution of all delegations here in the gender regional agenda, because we must follow the Santiago Agreement, go deeper into it through disparity. I also wish to value the Caribbean consultation that today issued a declaration following these lines. So we have these two declarations then that we will lead up to CCW. In short, we hope that this generation that we have called the generation of equality, they will have this wonderful forum in Mexico in March. That is a commitment towards parity democracy. It's not just democracy, it's paritary democracy that the region needs to leave the crisis behind. To do that with our own voice. That's what we really need to solve this new reality. Our generation must be the generation of equality with paritary democratic participation, where women are much more active in all public states. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria Noel, for the introductory remarks. I would request authorities and ministers that will participate in this session to please turn on your cameras for the virtual photograph. In spite of the distance, we will still be able to take this group picture as proof that we have been sharing this event. Let us wait for a few moments so that everybody turns on your cameras for the group picture. Let us look pretty, smile, comb our hairs. We have time. Fortunately, I'm not in charge of this. I hope somebody else is into it. Just give me a second, please. Don't worry. Take your time.
Damos un minutito más.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Podrían encender la cámara de Nadine Gassman?
Could you turn on Nadine's camera? Apparently she's not allowed to do so. It seems like this camera, the camera must be turned on individually. Could someone help us from the technical team? Yes, I already enabled her camera to be turned on. Can you see me? No, we still cannot see your face, Nadine. We can hear you, but we cannot see you. There you are. Now we see Nadine. Thank you. There we go. Ajá.
Bueno, creo que ahí estamos. Bueno, esperemos que la foto haya quedado bien. Ahora vamos a continuar. Primero, más allá de mi rol de moderadora, voy a hacer la
Very well. I will make a presentation of the initiatives that have been implemented by Argentina. I am also moderator, so I will control my own time, my own clock. There we are, dear colleagues, ministers, authorities on women affairs from the region, UN Women, ECLAC, international institutions, social agencies, friends. Let me first of all thank ECLAC and UN Women for organizing this virtual event so that today, with all of the difficulties encountered, we are still able to do regional consultation before the next session of CCW. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here on behalf of Argentina, my country, that indeed this is a wonderful space in order to contribute for the global debates on gender equality, the rights of women, including all diversities. Notwithstanding the problems we've encountered these years and the ideological and political conflict and differences that we are facing in the region, I think that we must value the fact that we're here together in this regional consultation. The topic of this consultation is quite relevant: effective participation of women in public life. That is a basic goal in order to ensure gender equality and also to make the exercise of their rights concrete. This is something that we're sharing. The global commitment that were adopted in 95 by the countries in Beijing, that was retaken by the region, filled with political important content. We know that the Quito Consensus agreed on special items in order to ensure equality in power through parity at all powers of the state, as well as in all fields where decision is making, including the family. That document was subject to discussion and debate, and that took place in all of our countries, especially in Argentina, that is fully committed with social movements and popular feminism. In Quito, we were categoric. We clear. We said that parity is something that is basic for democracy in order to get rid of the exclusion women face. All positive measures and mechanisms are to be adopted, including legislative report, budgetary allocation, in order to ensure full participation of women in public positions. We decided to expand participative democracy and plural, multicultural, parity participation of women in the region, ensuring her participation and valuing that in the economic and social spheres. And finally, in 2007, we agreed to have co-responsibility duties at home. That means for men and women. And we stressed what we already know about, and we've repeated, as Mariano said, how to push ahead this joint family responsibility without gender stereotypes. These agreements were ratified in 2017 in Montevideo, and it was said that measures had to be adopted to ensure equal participation of women in power through parity participation. And finally, in Santiago commitment last year, we saw about the importance of having women represented in decision-making echelons with an intercultural, racial, ethnical participation at all levels of government. Thus, with a true equal democracy, ensuring the rights of political women, defenders of human rights, including journalist women. And this means a shared commitment that was very useful as groundwork for the concrete initiatives adopted in our countries. As to Argentina, we must remind you about the creation of the Ministry of Women and Gender that has as priority the design and implementation of policies for the equality of women. We have a special division that works on political participation of women with their diversities, and it is in charge of coordination with all levels of government so that this may be true throughout the government. Amongst other measures adopted last year, we set up in the Ministry of the Interior a special table that has to do with equal participation of women. And there we had a presentation of more than 30 political parties. I mentioned that because it involves a multi-party agreement. 30 political parties involved, many from the opposition. Their experiences were shared, common strategies were drafted in order to fully meet the law on gender parity with its political representation. That in Argentina comes from 2017. You remember we talked about the law on quotas, and then we started with the law on parity. We also worked with the provincial governments. Argentina is a federal state, and we have 22 subnational governments and a federal government. So the work we did last year was to promote the discussion at subnational levels. And there are 7 provinces, they objected the law on parity. We were very glad to follow that process, and right now we have only 3 provinces that do not have that kind of legislation, and we're already working with a precise agenda in order to be able to end this year with no province outside.
I cannot but say that a main pillar in the Ministry for Women was an integral reform of the care system facing a fair and equitable social distribution, and we have reiterated this on many occasions, but to mention it here is essential in order to overcome all the obstacles for the political participation of women. I would also like to highlight the relevance of accompanying these policies with specific measures. Some symbolic maybe, but they allow putting the relevance of including women in public life as relevant. And in this sense, the approval within the national executive branch, the presidency of the nation, of a protocol with the gender approach for presidential collaborators. And this protocol requires that in hearings, meetings of the civil society and others, that they have 4 or more assistants that work with the president to ensure the participation of women and person LGBTI as well. And if not, they will be referred to the ministry that I head in order to work on training. And progress is clear, but of course, in Argentina, as well as other countries of the region, we know that there are still areas of great inequality related to gender in all spheres of social activity, including power and decision making. And the tools to address this, to turn it around, are clear. In Quito and Montevideo, we agreed on the legal framework, but then it is necessary to pick up these documents again and strengthen the initiatives being carried out, especially in executive spheres, where I believe we need more. We should focus on making very sound reforms and especially in those areas that are more reluctant to change, we all know which they are, and that have not been open to parity policies to ensure equality. And I would like to pick up again here the position document. I reaffirm that our focus must be placed on reforming the basic powers of the state, and that this all the way down to local government, enterprises and unions, all spheres that are being a bit more difficult. And so I invite you to bring this message to the CSW in our region. The more progressive position must lead in relation to gender, and I trust that we will go in that direction. So thank you very much for your attention. Now I will recognize Beatriz Llanos, who is the author of the document for inclusion in Latin America and the Caribbean for the CSW 65. Beatriz is a doctor in government and public administration from the Complutense University of Madrid, and also a degree in law in the Catholic University of Peru. And she has been working for 15 years as coordinator of various initiatives when carrying out interagency programs and doing research for international agencies. She is the author, co-author, and editor of a dozen publications related to the political rights of women in Latin American democracies, and with a comparative regional and international approach. Beatriz, the floor is yours. Beatriz, we cannot hear you. Can you hear me now? Yes. Very well. Thank you very much, Minister, for the introduction. And it is for me a pleasure to share this document that has been open to different consultations in terms of a presentation, as we will be doing right now. If we could move on to the first screen. First of all, I will not speak of the entire document, but the most salient ones, and I would like to give you a reference as to which are the starting points, the definitions, and the approaches. Basically, the document is very much anchored in the regulatory framework and the political agreements at international level that have already been mentioned, and speak of the need to go from formal equality to substantive equality, and they also anchored in the regional gender agenda, which has been mentioned by the Minister, and from the Quito Consensus onward, and it determines a series of key priorities for the region that have already been mentioned. And so the document begins with these premises. And then there is also a definition of ample public life, very much linked to international tools. And we consider not only institutional participation in exercising political rights as eligible or appointed, but for participation in policies at all levels, but also we include the inclusion of civil society and movements in spheres of political participation in order to have an ample view. As to the approaches, we've tried to provide a strategic balance, identifying strengths, weaknesses, threats, and probably opportunities between question marks, because as we said, we're at a very important crossroad for the region. Our approach is parity, intersectional, and that recognizes that women are not a homogeneous group. I've already said in public life in the broad sense, but also we will identify averages, but also heterogeneity, regional heterogeneity, and based not only on the evidence that we found, but also the outcomes and the progression made by each country, so at country level and also sub-regional level. And we have a series of recommendations aligned, such as the agenda, based on the wealth, challenges, and the major contributions made by Latin America to substantive equality and political participation of women and their participation in public spheres, in line from based on our specificity, as the UN Secretary General will be speaking. In this sense, it's always good to have a snapshot, although a quick one, as to where we stand, where the aim is going, political and social, and the parity democracy, what headway have we made, what are we still short of. 50% of the citizens, 50% of electorates, but also research done recently point to the fact that we also take part electorally more than men. And here we see we go out in a higher proportion to take part in elections. And as in the case of Latin America, this life has been the accelerator of change, because in the Caribbean still has another challenge of continuing to adopt measures for parity and quotas. But what we have are three groups that are not static. On the contrary, they fluctuate, because at the moment there are different parameters, and so there are different initiatives, and the movement is working to drive forward with these initiatives. We have a number of countries with parity, others with quotas, and others without any type of measures, and that of course are in the Caribbean. And another aspect to highlight with regard to Latin America is the conceptual evolution. We already spoke of 1991, a milestone that has helped to build experience accumulation, even I would say by applying the trial and error in order to strengthen a series of measures. And we've gone from a quarter to what we now called parity in all fields, levels, and powers. And this is recognized not only by the consensus, but it also is being furthered by certain countries. And we also see a parity constitutional, a new social contract where the contract is being discussed with the 50% men and 50% women, effectively speaking. In terms of the legislative, we can say that if we compare to the decade of the 90s, we have trebled percentages in Latin America on average. In the decade of the 90s, we have around 9%, and now we're at 9-10%, and now we're at 33%. The Caribbean also was around 10% in the decade of the 90s, and now stands at 22%. So the development in the Caribbean has been a little bit slower than the rest of Latin America, and there are countries in Latin America that are drivers of this change, because they're doing parity in outcomes, not only proposals. And in terms of the executive, we've had better times in terms of the presence of women as presidents, but in terms of the number of women, because we have two first prime ministers in the Caribbean, and we also have seen a historical expansion of women in other positions. We've gone from 9% in the 90s to 30% today. And this is data measured last year. But in the Caribbean, it is fixed at 17%. In terms of the judiciary, this is a challenge, because Latin America, we still have glass roofs. On average 28%, but actually it is a pyramid structure, and there are a few women in the Supreme Courts of Justice, but many in other levels. And the Caribbean here has higher levels, over 50%, and this should be analyzed based on their political and constitutional situation. Then we have a great gap where the terms of town halls or mayors, we've gone from a bare 5% in the 90s to 15% in the Caribbean, are not so much available. We have found that we're at 9% in the Caribbean, and we have seen some progress made in particular countries in terms of the councillors. But of course, this sort of action or mechanism, if they're properly designed, are compatible with the rest. And so to end the snapshot, what we would say is that we are making headway, but we need to speed up our progress towards parity presence. That involves access, but also we must continue to leveling conditions for access and exercising these positions. For this, we need financing, and where in politics there are gaps in terms of women, in terms of their financing their campaigns. And in some countries we've seen that when they do arrive, they don't have the same opportunities to exercise power, or are they considered in actual decision making. But in parallel, this world in the region has also shown that when we have people that are aware of gender equality, this does translate into towards substantive changes. Women are incorporated and they introduce the gender approach and they try to resolve the needs of women and they include them in their policies. And lastly, we have this great barrier here that is not resolved from the legal viewpoint. This has to do with cultural change, which is slower, cultural barriers, and here we have a lot of work pending in terms of stereotypes, gender stereotypes that penalize the political leadership of women in favor of men. At the Secretariat, we would like to ask Beatriz and other people who speak do so slowly in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters. Thank you very much, and I apologize for the interruption. Thank you, Jimena. I will take note of this, and we will bring our revolutions down. So, we've seen this first snapshot of the progress made, but what is the big challenge right now that the document emphasizes? Absent intersectionality. We've said it, women are not a homogeneous group, but we hold different positions, could be the cause of multiple discrimination and inequality. In this sense, there are common matters such as affecting young people, people with disability, migrants, rural women, indigenous, Afro-descendant women, and sexual diversity. We've identified 5. There are further developed under the document, but all share pre-existing discrimination, which mean there are greater barriers to their full political participation. We've also identified the lack of data. Without evidence, we cannot build policies based on evidence. We do not have data in the political public spheres, and so we need the broken down data and regular data. And also, and this is the result of our observations, not quantifications because we don't have the data, but there is a lack of diversity in public positions, and so correspondence between diversity and access. There are greater barriers, more stereotypes, more prejudices, negative attitudes towards their political capacity. But this is something that we're always going to see in this region. There are lights, yes, but also shadows. There are resistances, and we must see this dynamically in the region. And in this sense, there is progress, as I said, that are moving ahead slower, they're incipient, but they must be recognized. For example, a symbolic compact meaning that diversity women may access various elected or appointed positions, and the fact that affirmative action or reserved vacancies that already existed in the region, but they are not necessarily harmonized with parity, are today being thought of from the viewpoint of parity to see how they can mutually interact. We also have electoral protocols that are helping to achieve that women's participation is not underscored. And because institutional participation is often closed or blocked off, and what is appearing in the region are very interesting experiences of platforms for political advice in terms of the executive to transfer the voice and the needs, giving advice in terms of public policy. Having said all this, the great challenge that we have in such a diverse region, well, there are also threats, and one of these threats is the violence against women in public and political life. We're also going to see here some progress in the document. You're going to see the progress in terms of definitions and violence against women, mapping, visibilization. There are multiple studies of the political trajectory of women have shown how they experience violence, and often it is normalized. But based on these studies, we can make them visible. And at the moment, there is also a great concern for spaces that intensify violence, especially virtual spaces, because our world has become a virtual world, and violence is intensifying in these virtual spaces, and where the political rights and public life is also exercised. Another major challenge among these threats that affect women in fully enjoying their rights is the need to extend the definitions to the activists that are active in the public sphere and adopt an intersectional approach, because among women there are others, some that have more risk than others, such as those that advocate for human rights, indigenous young people, sexual diversity, dissidents who are reporting violence, who are reporting these limitations to their full enjoyment of rights, and that are limiting their participation. And also in the region, we've seen multiple strategies to address violence against women in politics. And these multiple strategies, before mentioning them, I would like to say that they do have challenges in terms of the implementation. So they're drafted, the laws, the protocols are drafted, but often we need to provide resources, and the institutions should commit to this for this to actually translate into protection of women. And there is also deficit in terms of the intersectional approach. The two paths have been legislation, different modalities that you can see here on the screen, specific laws or cross-cutting reforms. But there is another pathway, because this is a mandate for the states to protect women, and so institutions, specific institutions, especially when there are no laws, it is possible to have protocols or roadmaps in order to protect women. Particularly, we've seen how electoral authorities and some public institutions, legislative assemblies and some political parties, all of this within the regional regulatory framework. And so the message that we must continue to transmit is that violence cannot be normalized. It is not a cost of public life. It is part of the discrimination, the structural discrimination that already exists against women, gender-based, and it must be conceived as a deficit of the quality of our democracy, in the sense that 50% of the population is exercising their political rights, and when they exercise them, they suffer great violence. And this is a form of perpetuating patterns of inequality in terms of power relations. The next one, please. Well, within this approach of contrast in relation to Latin America, we have thought it's very important to point out how feminist and women movements are a key historical asset. First, these movements have historically furthered conceptual debates at regional level as well as country level that have permeated and allowed progress, and also strategies and mechanisms to increase participation by women, and have built a feminist agenda for gender equality, social cohesion, and this has led to partnerships with political figures beyond ideological differences and finding points in common that we believe could be one of the most successful strategies to further the progress that we've been able to see. As of 2015, we've seen effervescence in these movements from other ways, but very much connected to its feminist roots, in the sense that now this is favored by social media and world interconnectivity. And what these movements want are substantive equality and extending rights, or attempting that the rights that we already have be truly effective. And there is greater intensity, of course, in some countries, but it is important that this interconnection allows these countries to be a mirror for others, and so therefore help quantification. Now, which are the impacts? And this has been said in the document, 4 impacts of these movements in recent years. It has extended participation beyond the institutional causes, and we have seen unheard of cultural gains, and this has changed as to what is and no longer tolerable. And we made progress in terms of public policies, and I would say that we have expanded feminist awareness. The new generations each time more are proud of being feminist, of being part of this sort of movement, and so they have said.
Well, that said, it's not all the document, but these are the main lines of the document. I would like to say that from the document, we have said that we are at a juncture, a crossroad with a lot of uncertainty about the future, and this has been brought about by the pandemic of COVID-19. And this pandemic has had terrible effects in all of our social, political, and economic structures, even in private life as well, and has made visible, has evidenced a system that is based on gender structural inequalities. All this system is based on the work of women made invisible. So there is a question, all these differentiated impacts in women that have been evidenced and have been showing, will this open up a debate so as to truly have a parity democracy where equality be in the center of the agenda, where the state will have a role regarding inclusion, where you have a new social balance among men, women, and shared responsibilities in the private sphere? Also, what we have seen is that there have been political reforms that, in spite of the unfavorable context, they have advanced towards parity in these pandemic months. However, in the region, even before the pandemic, we've seen progress in ultra-conservative discourses in the region, also structural inequalities that already existed regarding private life, economic rights, health and education rights. Many of the inequalities have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 crisis. This is really stressing our democratic systems and the states as well, that need to respond to multiple demands of a citizenry that seeks solution not only for health problems, but also for the serious impacts occurring in different environments. And therefore, you have several questions. One, all these differentiated impacts, in spite of the regulatory progress and all we've said, will assume that from now into the future, we'll have lesser or greater participation of women. Will this crisis mean that the regional gender agenda will be relegated because there are many other priorities overriding? All these questions are raised in the document, and the recommendations are designed so as not to go into a scenario of retrocession, but rather consolidate all the progress and think about future situations where new measures and new advances can be generated. We have divided recommendations into 5 axes. Here you don't find all of them. You can find them in the document, but this is an example. First, to strengthen regulatory, legal, and public policy frameworks, to reaffirm commitment towards parity democracy without violence and with an intersectional approach. Second, to strengthen tools and support for women movements for substantive equality. Number 3, disaggregated information with intersectional focus, systematic, regular, and accessible information. These are specific. I simply mention a few recommendations. Number 2, the second line of recommendations has to do with preventing and eliminating violence against women in the public and political life. And of course, promoting the legal regulatory frameworks to eradicate violence. But these frameworks need to be effective, need to be implementable, need to have compliance and budget as well for the protection to be truly effective. In the absence of laws, not to cross your arms, or you need to work in institutional protocols in the different branches and levels to provide protection measures to women. Once again, data generation is a weakness not only in the environment of violence against political violence against women, but also in gender violence. And we need to promote also the creation of safe physical and virtual environments to have a life free of violence. The third axis would be to strengthen the social, cultural, financial reforms that respond to gender issues, continue advancing in that demands of response to COVID-19 to have a gender perspective and intersectionality. Impacts are differentiated, of course, to promote an environment for inclusion of participation of women in decision making. These, for example, economic autonomy, the crisis is affecting women very much because of the pre-existing conditions, type of employment, salary gaps, co-responsibility, which so far has not been tackled in many countries. Finally, uh, distribution of care to put it in the center of public agenda and continue working public campaigns of dissemination, awareness creation, and change cultural patterns that generate violence against women. Next. This is the last slide with the 2 lines of recommendations. Previous one, please. Increase financing, quality financing for participation of women. One of the demands, if you consider electoral competition, is that women require public funds for their campaigns in certain contexts in order to start from a floor and compete in an egalitarian manner. And we need to improve the financing gender-oriented that it already exists in several countries but needs to be more transparent, efficient, controllable, and especially strengthening the transformational leadership of women. Also, we need to continue working on the political skills of women, transformative new skills, training to work in digital environments or fund collection. You have some concrete proposals in the document. We need to eliminate barriers for financing of women. And groups like young, indigenous, disability migrants that have less financing. And the last line of recommendation has this title, which is quite significant. Strengthen the voice of women and leave no one behind in the public life. Strengthening skills of women to participate in digital ecosystems, virtual world. Virtualization of politics has been accelerated, and those women with digital gaps, you need to continue supporting partnerships for an exchange so as to have common thematic alliances that have been the driving engine for women participation. We need to work in strategic leadership at subnational levels. We need to work with leader women so that this could be translated into political participation. And also, if women continue facing this type of barriers for their voices to be heard in politics, then we need to create other mechanisms for their demands and proposals to be heard in public decisions. That was a summary of some of the measures we are raising. Document is available and the presentation as well. Thank you for the possibility of having presented it. Thank you, Beatriz, for the presentation of this preparatory document. Now, I'll give the floor to ministers, high authorities, representatives of feminist organizations. One thing, we are out of time. The time we have for interventions is only 3 minutes. Please, let us use time so that everybody can take the floor. I will be here until 5:30, and if I have another meeting at that time, and if we are not finished, then our colleague from Mexico will take the chair. I will ask Minister of Chile of Gender Issues, please, your 3 minutes. Monica, I'm not seeing you. While we wait for Monica, we have other requests for the floor. Thank you. I would like to start by thanking UN Women for this space and to Argentina for leading this session. It is great to see, as we have seen from the beginning of our conference, we maintain our strong intent in the region of building political consensus so as to have an influence in the international gender agenda. The issue of CSW this year is extremely relevant in the present context. There is no doubt that the value of participation of women in all spaces of public life, our voices, experience, incorporate perspectives that without us wouldn't be considered, promoting public policies that are along the lines of reducing social, political, and economic gaps that disproportionately affect us. This year is a historical year for the political participation of women in our country. As you know, we are in the road towards the process of drafting a new constitution. And thanks to the women movements and MPs committed to the gender agenda, the Congress adopted a constitutional reform so as to guarantee gender parity in candidatures as well as in the results of the Constitutional Convention that will draft the new Constitution of Chile. So I'm most proud to say that Chile will be the first country of the world that will have a parity constitutional process. This is unprecedented, where we, Chilean women, will participate on an equal basis on the building of what will define the road that will guide our country in the coming 50 years. However, we have still a lot to advance in order to achieve full participation of women in public life. In order to continue decreasing these gaps, our country has promoted several initiatives. We have a quota law for parliamentary elections, obliging political parties to assign a minimum 40% participation for women among senators and representatives, also including greater financial incentives in parties for each woman candidate that is elected. Likewise, President Piñera and this ministry are promoting another bill, another law for quotas in municipal and regional positions, have parity in there as well. And the idea is to implement the program of women and political participation, where women will participate in decision making through activities of leadership and sensitization awareness among women that want to take a place in public life. As a ministry, we are on the verge of launching Empowered Digital Path, a tool for those women that wish to be candidates for different leadership positions, and thus reducing the digital gap of women in politics, transferring knowledge as well as how to make successful campaigns and leadership. And finally, our ministry also has committed to eradicate political violence against women, and we know it is exacerbated in electoral years. For that same reason that we sent to all the political parties of the country, the model protocol to sanction and eradicate violence against women in political life, an instrument prepared by the Inter-American Commission of Women. As we said at the beginning of this meeting, the voices of women in all of their diversity need to be heard as loud and strong in all the areas and levels of public life. And women with leadership positions and popular representation is not merely justice or ethics, but rather an essential condition for our countries to definitely advance to inclusive development. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much for your time, for sticking to the time allotted. And now the representative, Teresina Neves, representative of Brazil, director of the Department of Promotion of Dignity in Women. Teresina? Yes, good afternoon. There is sound issue, sound problem. It doesn't work. Ministers and authorities of high level, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to present for the government of Brazil and the National Secretariat of Women Policies of the Ministry of Women, Family and Human Rights in this country. Brazil recognizes the importance of the participation of women in politics and acknowledges that the participation of women in these spaces is still very timid and far from what should be constitutionally adopted in the constitutional principle of equality. There are many challenges faced by women to fully take political positions and jobs. For this, there is a project that's more women in politics that it has been adopted in order to stimulate the female participation in politics. So far, several actions have been conducted to accelerate the participation of Brazilian women in the electoral process in which we are. We've had an MOU with 18 political parties that committed to make great efforts in order to elect at least one other woman in municipalities and have in this project of more women and more politics. The implementation of this, more women in politics, involves courses to prepare the candidates' teams and those interested in conducting electoral campaigns. Likewise, this year, a cooperation agreement will be signed with the National Congress of Brazil, conducting training courses for MPs on innovative processes, constitutional administrative law, international relations, among other subjects, including a graduate course for elected persons.
Another one has to do with an initiative that is quite innovative. It is a service to help women, and this is already available to receive complaints on violence against women. It can be any kind of violence, whether physical, political, or of other kinds. Brazil will only have a full democracy once there is more participation of women in politics. And that is what we're heading for. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, delegate from Brazil. I am next in the list, even though it does sound awkward, but on behalf of my country, it is up to me now to use the floor. Let me first of all thank the document behind the work behind this document. This is something that repeats much of the consensus already adopted, and I think that this will allow us to come to the next CSW at better footing. It also mentions the most relevant measures adopted in our countries, giving good guidelines to see what are the main challenges in reaching gender parity. It also has a listing of measures that can be adopted in order to ensure true parity. The emphasis is identifying the main obstacles women face in reaching public positions. It's important to mention that the diagnosis should also be supplemented with updated information on the policies that have already been recently implemented in the region. And here we share you a report from the Ministry of Argentina with actions adopted last year. I would be very interested in making a few comments on the document. We can read here the content of the idea democracy. It talks about the status of democracies in Latin America and the Caribbean, and it says that the democracies have entered a state of emergency because of the pandemic. The document also warns that lack of transparency and corruption in the funding of elections must be solved. There must be more accountability in order to get women to truly be more participative. What I wanted to say is that in Argentina, it's not timely or relevant to take a regional diagnosis up to CSW that doesn't really reflect all of our diversities. Let us recall the costs involved in recuperating our democracy after military governments. I think that the message is to say that yes, we still have challenges in reaching full democracy, that gender inequality must be solved, and that it does affect mainly the indigenous, rural, black, Afro-descendants, and other groups, so as to ensure they must be solved, so as to ensure parity. It's also important that in the region we work in crumbling down these obstacles, and we should mainly focus, as we read in the report, where there's a wider gap, we should also look at the labor and union sectors, and that is reflected in the document. The document also talks about the importance of promoting sectoral focus. We must also tackle LGBTQI, and we find that of extreme importance. The document also has talks about women in all their diversities, but Argentina suggests that we expand that focus so that the region may promote a comprehensive approach towards gender inequality, and especially including all identities. And finally, on political violence, it would be good to take up the recommendations to the states as foreseen in the model law to prevent and eradicate violence against women in political life, as adopted by the follow-up mechanism of Belém do Pará. I now will give the floor to Senator Marta Lucia Chinel, President of a Commission for Gender Equality from Mexico, and also a participant from the Mexican delegation. Good afternoon. I am very thankful for the possibility to participate here. It's wonderful to be able to get together in a virtual manner and exchange ideas. Some of us have been in for quite some time, but I also see many new faces, which is quite pleasant. The Spanish ladies have always insisted on this, because as we were, we are, and as we are, we were. Something like that that cannot be translated into English. But what Beatriz says is extraordinary. I really enjoyed it, and it's probably going to be circulating. But let me tell you about what we've been doing in Mexico. In Mexico,
We call this the legislation on parity. Almost 50% of the lower house, or 48% of women in the lower house and 49 in the Senate. And we have been able to conduct a constitutional reform, not only referring to the penal code, but we have 11 articles in the Constitution that have been amended. And as you know, it wasn't easy. I do believe, Beatriz, that we should add to this document the arguments used by the most conservative sectors so as to give more elements of judgment to defend all of this, especially in talking to others such as UN. The arguments are we are not capable, there are no women prepared, or you don't want to come when we call on you, and other two arguments are completely arguable. When they say, hey, no, you women are not prepared. And we say, were you born a senator? Were you born a leader? A congressman? No, that is built. But something that I really like in the document has to do with training and specialization. It is true that we should not accept that we're not prepared. We weren't prepared for political public life. We were prepared for other tasks. We take the kids to school, we go to the churches, and we help out in our communities, yes. But colleagues, we should talk about the importance of training and specialization. Once we do the reforms and at the appropriate instances. For us, it's the National Electoral Institute. If we have a law, let's start with the law on formal equality, and then we go to the substantive equality. With reforms such as this, if we do not train and specialize the authorities, those who receive the cases, those who say, okay, now give me the proof, the evidence, now give me the video. No, if we don't do that, we will fail, as has happened elsewhere. The time has come. This is our year. We should go forward and not step back. But I insist, we must, and this is an advice that I hand on to all of our colleagues. With a little window, we look at the political violence and violence of gender against women in the political fields. They always want us to mention the penal code, and that's not right. It's better to do so in a system where behavior is assessed. I know that we in Mexico will hold elections in June, and we will certainly have many more women in these positions. Thank you. Thank you, Marta. I congratulate the Mexican colleagues who are celebrating the 200th anniversary since the beginning of Mexicans' independence. We congratulate you. I now give the floor to Maritza Velasquez from the Association of Workers of Household Workers, and Maquila from Guatemala. And afterwards, we will give the floor to Parionades so that she may get ready. Marisa, Isania Parionade ready? From the indigenous group from Peru. Yes, indeed. Thank you. I am Tanya. I am representing NGOs from the region. We met in February and we prepared this summary of opinions in order to fully participate in the 65th meeting of CSW. We believe that it's very important to reflect on the progress already attained and tackling the pending challenges for the participation of women in decision-making positions. One of the main progress has been the confirmation of our vocation towards democracy. With its ups and downs, most countries are in democracy that should be kept, catered for, but it should also be perfected and made deeper. For us, we cannot think of a democracy that does not follow through the democratic electoral systems. We should be able to enjoy our freedoms and rights to choose what we do, to live without violence and discrimination. Yes, we have gone forward in recognizing our right to participate in all decision-making spaces with thrust and with the backup of feminist movements. Most countries have a law on quotas or parities. But in spite of these formal progresses, some countries still find that these quotas are like a cap and not a minimum. The countries with parity face obstacles such as prejudices against the participation of women in public spaces, invisible participation of women, harassment in political spaces that is the main problem for women to maintain their presence there, even though women are very important in our political agendas. Encourage the equal participation of women requires the commitment of states in order to ensure proper conditions to carry out our own rights free of harassment and political violence. The increase in number of women in politics is accompanied by a lot of violence against women that are still impugned. There are laws. There are countries that do have some laws to face this harassment and others do not. But there are practices inside the political fields leaving women outside of it without having access to that special nuclear space of decision making. Many countries are still facing just the quotas. We also see that the inclusion of women or a gender perspective should attain these positions with a feminist idea, upholding our rights with all our sexual diversities. We cannot talk about the participation of women in the political fields if diversity of women is not included and the participation is made invisible, such as of the native women, indigenous women, Afro-descendants, women with disability, LGBTQI, and others. We propose then to encourage partnerships between civil society and political women to have innovative, more progressive agendas, getting rid of all kinds of political violence against women, as well as the persecution and penalization of women, adopting also measures against those who perpetrate this. And the men who are being sued or who have been tried for violence, including sexual harassment, should not be able to hold any public office. Machistic, patriarchal attitude should be banned. We also should promote the participation of women in all activities, that they act in political fields in order to eliminate the prejudice that denies these rights to women, including also the care policies so that women may be able to participate. And finally, promoting from the electoral authorities and the political authorities, strengthening female authority through formation and training, especially for young women, in order to ensure that we have access to resources and thus be in the condition to participate in equality with men. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Tanya. Maritza Velasquez from the Association of Household Workers and Maquila from Guatemala is ready. In that case, I give the floor to Monica Noquizo, who is the coordinator of REPEN from Bolivia. And then we will hear from Monica. Tania Cuevas from Mexico. Monica, are you on? You have the floor. If anyone wants to take the floor, please jot down your name in the chat. And I will continue to moderate this event. Monica Novillo is not around. Daphne Cuevas. There you are, Daphne. Thank you so much, Minister. Good afternoon. It is indeed a pleasure. Daphne, we can't hear you well. Can you please speak out closer to the microphone? Very well. As Senator Michel said, it is indeed a pleasure to be here, although albeit on a virtual means. And I thank you and women, not only because we've had other opportunities to go over some aspects, but because it's an exhaustive examination of the region. So I would ask ministers to adopt this so that it be the regional stand and that we continue having committed voices for the human rights of women and that we continue with the discussions towards CSW. That is very important that we should continue to strengthen.
Incluir, sobre todo en el apartado de recomendaciones. Como decía Beatriz, hay recomendaciones en 5 ejes. En el eje 2 en concreto, en relación a la violencia, creo que podríamos incorporar un párrafo muy específico en el cual señaláramos la necesidad de
very specific paragraph to strengthen the institutional frameworks and regulatory frameworks and electoral objections to prevent that victimizers such as rapists or violent people may access the positions, popular elected positions. And this will help the various fights that are being carried out by the different countries to show not only that the victimizers should not prevent these positions. The next one would be a recommendations for Pillar 4, financing. Once again, we countercyclical measures recommended by the International Cooperation Agency should not be accepted because the costs fall on the women. For these proposals, I would have a specific wording that I could put up now in the chat so as not to take up much time, and finally say that in our region there is still no representative in Tirolac and within the framework of the discussions in the UN, especially now that no one is being able to take part, all meetings are online, it would be necessary for the ministers of the region may put pressure for these vacancies be filled, and so the proposals by Latin America may be brought to global discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Daphne. I don't know if Maritza Velázquez or Mónica Murillo is at the meeting. Yes, excuse me. Yes, I had left some comments. Let me give you a context. Well, I had several observations, but above all, focusing on the relevance of the economy. That is, the right to work, access to work, and in the most vulnerable sectors such as household work, that these may be included as part of our demands or the needs to be met. And in conclusion, I'd like to ask you for support for intervention. We are coordinating a 7th Latin American meeting of household workers that will of course be online, and for this we had contacted ILO in the Central American region and also UN Women. At this meeting, we're concerned with discussing 5 main topics: repercussion between COVID and wages, access to care, because we are caregivers without care, and also the lack of support for social security and migrants. This is very, very relevant because migration is still a real topic on account of the pandemic, and so many colleagues that are being a victim of extortionists and organized crime. In Guatemala, we have serious issues in that respect. They are the victims of organized crime when they go to USA and enter Mexican territory. Right now, we're hearing of the murder of 19 co-nationals, 16 already identified. Among these, a cousin of one member of our group. They are going looking for better conditions. But this is something that, well, please, we must shed light on this and not see it as something affecting others, but of women who are looking for better conditions. And the meeting will be held in October, and for this, UN Women will be taking on a role that we hope will be of key relevance in this context. Thank you. Thank you, Maritza. And now I will recognize and I remind you to please speak for no more than 3 minutes. Pamela Martin Garcia, representative of FUSAC and the feminist groups in Argentina. Thank you, Minister. Good afternoon. First, in the same sense as Daphne Cuevas from Mexico, that ministers may have exert pressure for the vacancies to be filled, and that they may join efforts so that civil society vacancies be greater. The CSW will be restricted because it is online, but that we should not be left behind, and we want full participation in this coming meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Pamela. And now I would like to recognize Mabel Bianco from Senaín, Argentina. Mabel, I saw you a moment ago, but now I don't see you. Yes, here I am. Can you see me? Yes. Well, thank you very much. And I would like to emphasize what has just been said by Daphne, Pamela, and I believe there are several who were unable to speak but would have also said it, we're very concerned with the absence of representation by our region in the committee of the CSW. As you know, this is key to ensure the voice and presence. And so we believe that with this, that will surely be a declaration, a very good one, once again by our region. Not having someone there is truly being left without a very relevant leg in this negotiation. So you will all be receiving a letter that we're sending out with an urgent request for this to be resolved. And we ask you for your special attention to this matter. And then also, the consultation on Monday will be distributed, but we're asking that the points of the proposal put forward by Tanya should be considered in the declaration. Thank you. Thank you, Mabel. I don't know if someone else would like to take the floor. If not, with a lot of delay, we will be adjourning this segment, but well, not before we're thanking you all for taking part in your commitment to the documents and substantive reports. Let's hope that we may make everything possible so that next year we may have a face-to-face meeting at the CSW. We know, those of us who are feminists, of the relevance of face-to-face contact. And so the possibility of being able to continue to meet in this way is very relevant. In the meantime, online is acceptable. We know what a difference it makes when it's face-to-face. We've taken note of everyone's contribution, the relevance of the contribution by the civil society, as well as women's and feminist movements and the states, and we have very sound frameworks within which to move ahead. And we know that when we move ahead in one country, we move ahead in the entire region. So from me, I thank you for allowing me to moderate. And now, yes, I hand over so that you may continue with the next segment. Thank you. Well, it seems that we would be adjourning the day. If maybe we have misunderstood, maybe the Secretariat could take the floor, because we would not like to disrupt the protocols of the presiding officers. But I think that with the participation of everyone who requested the floor, everyone was able to speak and make their contributions. And so we have homework to do for tomorrow. I don't know if it is and so maybe we can close here after such a very active day. I'm not hearing any announcement by the Secretariat or if there's anything that we should do. Well, thank you. If you allow me, I would like to remind you that tomorrow we will be starting as per the program that you received, and likewise we would like to say that for the 25th, it's 11. I don't know if the Director of Gender Affairs would like to say anything before the end of the day, but as Secretariat, we are ready to conclude. Well, no, thank you all very much for this conversation and discussion. I would like to reiterate that all documents, including the one sent by Congolac, are all uploaded and available. The link that we have shared for the chat, which is the link for the work by presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women. So we'd like to thank Chile as chair of the meeting, Argentina as vice chair, and UN Women for all the work done this afternoon, and of course participation by delegates, representatives of the UN who have been connected. Thank you very much, and see you again tomorrow, 11 a.m. Chilean time.
Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes.